Yes, guys, how you doing? Welcome back to the Spurs Talk Show. Why is it so dark? Is that better? Now it's just blinding me. I hope you're all happy and healthy, doing the things you love with those you love to do them with. Guys, it's game day, an early game day for Tottenham Hotspur fans. The dreaded early kickoff, the dreaded game before the international break. The omens are not good, are they? Let's be entirely honest. I need to turn that light down. It's giving me a bloody migraine. 1 second. I hope you guys are all capable of doing me some favours. We got Chris CC, Spurs CC, the referee that we might be familiar with, making his debut on the channel. He's already in the background, but he's just going to go and sort out some doggy stuff. And we're going to be talking and walking you through the first hour and a half of today's show. And then it's just me for the watch-along. I hope you guys want to stick around. So smash the like button if you don't mind. Hit the subscribe if you haven't already. Hit the notification bell. And do drop a comment or two. Let me know your thoughts as the show gets going. Straight out of the bat, though, we got 2 different memberships. I don't know what's going on there. But it's Futures Bright, Futures Lily White. I think you've either done it twice, my man, or it's just a bit of a glitch in the system. But thank you very much indeed. He's come in to say as well. Just realised my membership hadn't renewed because he had to cancel his card. But I put that right. Love you, Shawnee boy, and this channel. I love you too, my man. I love you too, buddy. I hope you're okay. Thank you very much for your ongoing support. Another member of the show, Roy Viken, is here. Big up to you, Royski. I hope you're all doing things over in Norway. Did you enjoy the game on Tuesday? Oh, you're a Tottenham fan. I don't think you're not a Bodo fan, though, as your local team, are you? If I'm not mistaken, you're even further north than Bodo, than Buddha. And you support a different team in your local league, I believe. Anyway, good to see you. Good to see you. And Futures Bright is in Corfu. And it says, it wouldn't let me renew until I remember I had a VPN. Thank F. It's good to see you, my man. It's good to see you guys. Listen, we have an interesting sort of show. We've got to talk a little bit about transfer news, views, and clues. Because I haven't done a live stream for a few days. So I wanted to sort of get that out of the way and talk to you a little bit about everything that's going on in that regard. And of course, I want to talk to you about Dom Paratici. I haven't spoken to you about him. Bentancur's new contract. What's going on there? Is something going on there? There's something wrong with my stream. Hang about. What's going on there? Why is this not working properly? Hang about. What have I done here? What have I done? Let's have a look. See. Forgive me 1 second, guys. Forgive me for 1 second. I think I've screwed up a setting. Live. Are we good? Are we good? I think we're good. There we go. There we go. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. So we've got Leeds United today. Let's have a look at the table straight off the bat, shall we? Let's have a look-see at the table. In fact, is it working? There's Chris's table when he comes in. Here's the thing. This is what we're going to be looking at in a little while's time. We're going to be going through some Y-Scout, looking at the potential number 9s that Tottenham Hotspur can get their hands on in the. I can't even speak this morning. It's too early. It's 11 a.m. I need a drink, don't I? That's what I need. I need a drink. Maybe I'll have one early then. I was going to wait until 12, but maybe I'll start a little bit earlier. I can't get the words flowing. Let's have a little look-see at the table. Did everyone see the game last night? Did everybody see Bournemouth's comeback in the pissing rain? It looked horrible. It looked absolutely stinkfest down there. Boring first half, 0-0 at the turn. And then it all lit up. Semenyo, my word, Semenyo is unbelievable. That guy, that geezer, I mean, he probably put an extra 10 million quid on his price tag last night, didn't he? And he's taken them second. He's taken them second. And Tottenham have a chance today, this morning. If we win, we go second temporarily. And Arsenal have got a game against West Ham this afternoon. That it might sound easy on paper, but it really isn't. Let's get Chris in. Chris is in the house. Big up to you, Chris. How are you, mate? You on mute, buddy? Oh, you're off mute now. Well done.
No, I saw. I'm good, mate. I'm good. I'm just trying to juggle the excitement of 3 dogs in the house. So it's slightly mental, but aside from that, everything is good, mate. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm all right, mate. I was just struggling to get my words out a minute ago. It was like early morning. I'm not used to like doing things on camera before. Well, I can take my dog out for a walk and do the morning, but doing a live stream The words haven't really, my mouth hasn't really woken up yet, if you know what I mean. I need a couple of drinks inside of me, Chris. Are you early in the morning?
I'm not a morning guy, mate. I'm not a morning guy at all.
Nice. Mate, we're just starting off the show by talking about, just looking at the table here. And then obviously talking a little bit about what happened last night. Did you see the game last night? Bournemouth's sort of three late goals from Semenyo and Kluivert, and then Semenyo again. I don't know which one was better. Kluivert's goal was absolute smoke show as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, I always prefer the kind of the moves rather than the long ranges. I mean, they're great goals to see, the long ranges, but I always think there's a little element of luck to some extent. Like if you take enough shots from long range, eventually one's going to fly in the top corner, right? But the moves, and I go with the first Semenyo goal, just the way his quick feet to keep the ball in and then through the keeper's legs. What a player that guy is. He's amazing.
Yeah, unbelievable. Is he the solution that Tottenham need in the summer? I think we were speaking about this last night, weren't we, on the WhatsApp group?
I mean, the obvious answer would be yes. The real question is it realistic? And what's actually mildly exciting, I suppose, is we don't know the answer to that question. Whereas I think 6 months ago, we would know the answer to that question, that it's absolutely not realistic because Levy's not going to be going in. What's he going to cost? 80, 90 million? That's not a Levy-Tottenham transfer, right? It might not be a current Tottenham transfer. We'll have to see.
Yeah, 100%. I agree. I don't know. I mean, I want to talk to you because, by the way, Chris, I didn't say welcome to the channel, mate. Making your debut on the show, guys. Please make Chrissy boy feel welcome, mate. It's good to have you on, mate. It's been a long time coming. I do want to get your take on the overall ownership. I like the way that your mind works with football intakes. You're quite logical. We're very logical, and I hope that we can find some logical pathways here. But yeah, with regards to Semenyo, I mean, I remember in the summer when we were linked with him, and there was a few others that we were linked with. And I remember saying, look, listen, for me, he's the better striker of the ball. He hits the ball with absolute ferocity, but he finds the corner. And then over this season, since the season's began, it looks like his summer work has been, I think he said so last night. He knows he's got the power in his shot anyway, just naturally. So now he's looking to place the ball a little bit more calm of mind. And I mean, I think he's £100 million player. Like he's not that old. He's still relatively very young. He's versatile. He's 2-footed. He's strong. He could play off the left or the right. I think he could play in the 9. I think Jamie Carragher said as much last night, and I agree. The problem is that Tottenham need 2 or 3 players, don't we, to really kind of fill some holes. And if you're going to drop £100 million, even if Tottenham were to go and break the bank on him, which is a stretch anyway, but even if they were, that basically puts bed to getting anything else in, right? And so would you take Semenyo and that was it in January? Or would you rather see us get 2 players in, maybe a 3, whatever else?
That is such a tricky question. And it fundamentally comes down to how do you build a squad? Do you build a squad of not superstars? Do you try and kind of build your squad with depth of a certain level? Or do you try and build a first 11 that's much greater and the drop-off will be bigger and then you worry about your depth later? I guess as fans, we'd all prefer the latter because we all want that hope that our first 11 can compete with anybody on the day. So it's kind of like a nice theory that let's go and get the best first 11 we can. But the problem is these days in real world football, how often is your first 11 actually available for a start?
100%.
And if your drop-off is massive, you're never actually going to reach that level that the first 11 can achieve if your reserves or the subs you're bringing on are so poor, which is kind of what we're seeing now, although obviously there's a couple of gaps in the squad where our actual starters are really poor as well. So
how much money do you reckon it would cost to get our squad depth? Because I look at some areas of the pitch and I think that there's no real drop-off between the headache of who plays in the 8, for example. Like I don't think there's a different style between Pape Sarr, Berghvall, Archie Gray, and Bentancur. There's a massively different types of players in there, but I don't think that any of them are particularly wildly above any of the others in terms of first choice.
Look, I think it's a big ask to get to really be competing properly for some of these competitions we're in. But I think there's a great comparison there between the 2 scenarios I just outlined. So in that kind of 8 role, I agree. We have a number of players. I don't think the difference between them is huge, but I don't think their top level of performance is necessarily amazingly high.
Yeah.
And then if you just go to the 6, we probably have the exact opposite problem where we have Palhinha, who's a superb player.
Yeah.
And then if he's injured, what have you got? So you've got a massive drop off in one midfield position, and the other you can probably cope with some injuries because we're well stocked, but actually their ceiling or their current level of performance is not that high. So, but yeah, look, I think this is where we need to just be realistic a little bit as fans. Frank's been in 2 minutes, really. And if we appraise what happened under Ange, and I'm not getting into whether this is Ange's fault or not, but the way we were building the squad over that time has left us where we are. And I think if we're just honest about it, we're a long way off still, a long way off. So, and that's not going to get fixed quickly. It's not going to get fixed in January, even if we have a great window. So, but yeah,
it always feels like Tottenham are 3 windows away, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, perpetually, yeah.
It's always the next 3 windows will sort us out, and then then a manager changes, and then we need some new ideas and new fresh legs and things.
I imagine that most clubs, obviously, I'm not in their YouTube channels or their general chats, but I imagine a lot of clubs are very similar to that. They're always kind of like, "Oh, we just need a bit more. We just need a bit more," and you never quite get there, right? But that's football.
Yeah, it is, mate. It is. I want to quickly just discuss one of the big news articles this week. Before I do that, let me just quickly do a couple of super chats, if you don't mind, Chris. We've done Futures Bright coming in with a double membership, whammy jammy. Thank you very much, my man. I'm not sure why you did 2, but appreciate you nonetheless. Very, very cool of you. Thanks for the loyalty. And sorry for everyone who was waiting for the show last night, the fan show last night. I actually fell asleep at 5 p.m. and then woke up at 9 p.m. for the second half of the football. So I apologise about that. But Super Dean Law, big up to you, my man. Let's get that choo-choo train going, shall we? Choo-choo, Deanie. Okay, mate. Thank you very much indeed. The super sticker train has commenced. If anyone else wants to get on board, you know what you got to do. Appreciate you very much, Dean. And also, Super Spurs TV, Blaine, member for 25 months. What a loyal man this is. Send help and prayers. This hangover is kicking my balls. Big up, Sean and Chris. Big up to you, Blaine. Big up to you, mate. If you do rally before 12:30, mate, or anytime soon, then let me know. But I saw a picture of you this morning. Didn't look pretty, mate. Looks like I've been there too many times, buddy. I hope you're suffering in relative silence, but you'll get over it very soon. An apple, a black coffee, a cigarette, a ciggy, and something else maybe might get you back on the right side of normal, mate. I appreciate you, buddy. And he's come back in, though. His hangover hasn't stopped him being his generous self. Thank you so much, mate. 5 Spurs Talk Show gifted memberships. If you were one of the 5 recipients, then please do make sure. I think, Nikos is saying in the Blaine bingo. Big up to you, Blaine. Thank you so much, mate. And if you did receive one, then please say thank you to Blaine. And hopefully we'll see you this Friday for a phone-in show or 2. Thanks, guys. Listen, Chris, I want to ask you about Bentancur. We talk about the midfield. Look, for me, I don't rate Bentancur. I'm not a fan of him. I think he slows the game down. I think when he plays in the 6, I think he's terrible in the rest defence. I think when he plays in the 8 and Palhinha's behind him, I think the 2 of them are like, running through quicksand, and it slows down the ability to create at pace. But he is probably arguably the best passer of the midfielders that we have. But he's got himself a new contract. I'm not sure how long it's for. First of all, do you rate him? Second of all, was it the right move, given that he was going to leave for free if it wasn't signed? Thirdly, does that put to bed the notion that Tottenham can go and sign, a Valverde or someone, a proper 8 in the summer? Because we're not going to be selling him, not going to be selling Berghvall, not going to be selling Sarr, etc.
Yeah, do I rate? I'm probably similar-ish to you. The phrase for me that I always use with Bentancur is, I think he's a bit of a flat-track bully, to borrow a cricket analogy. I think sometimes he has brilliant games, but they're not often the difficult games. Like when people need to step up, I think he goes missing a little bit. There are examples where he's had the odd good game. This is what happens on YouTube, right? You go, this is what I think the player is like, and then somebody will throw out the one example where it didn't happen. So there are some examples. Like I was at City and I thought he played quite well at City, but I think that's a rarity generally. I think he's good in easier games. But was it the right decision? For me, it's the right decision to renew his contract because, again, it goes back to squad building. Just because we're not in the position right now where we can just go, well, what top 5 team, top 4, top 5 team would he get into? Because the answer is probably none, but I don't think it then follows that therefore we shouldn't be keeping him. You have to raise your quality over time, right? So as a kind of, if ultimately the objective is that he's a squad player, I can't moan at that. That's absolutely fine with me. If he's like first name on the team sheet, it's a little bit more concerning, albeit, even if that is the case, that's number 4, 5, 6 in the priority list. There's much bigger issues for me right now. So I've got no problem at all with keeping him on and getting him on a new contract. But ultimately, the proof of the pudding coming up for Enoch or the Lewis family, as they've rebranded themselves, is your last question. Does it stop us going? I mean, Valverde in himself, let's not just focus on him, but let's just say a
player of that quality.
A much more significant player in world football than Bentancur. That's not to knock Bentancur. He's obviously got talent. That's the key question. What happens next? Which is why I think it's an exciting time to be a Tottenham fan, because most of the last 20 odd years, we probably know what the answer is. Like Daniel Levy ran the club in a certain way. I don't have I'm somewhere in the middle on all of that. I don't think it's the outrageous thing that people think it is, but equally, it was pretty. We'd be confident that we wouldn't go in for a Valverde, right? We might have some links. That's pretty common, but were we really at the table with serious discussions? Probably not. We may not be still. In all honesty, we may not be, but at least right now we don't know. So we've got reason to be optimistic that maybe we could. But if we start doing that and we start being in conversations for serious players that would put somebody like Bentancur onto the substitutes bench regularly, I think that tells us that something has changed at Tottenham. So I'll wait and see. But you can't judge it in January either, because it is a bit of a trickier window, right? So
yeah, sure.
I think we've got to hold judgment for another 12 months and we'll have a better idea where we are. But in short, does it stop us? It shouldn't stop us. But that depends on the ambition of the people running the club now.
Before I come on to them, mate, because I agree with you. Like, and even if there's a scenario where you're just doing it to, protect yourself from losing the asset for free, because he's probably worth 30 million, 35 million quid anyway, right? With a normal contract. So, even if you were to do what you did with Sonny, which was to protect yourself from losing him for free, but then sell him anyway, that's fine with me. But I still sit there and think, like, I don't think he's the 6. I think he's awful in the 6 when we're in the rest defence. As I say, when we get the ball up, and this was under Angeball and under Thomas Frank, I don't think he tracks his marker, because it's not necessarily his fault. I just don't think that he's not built. The DNA of the player is to seek out opportunities, not to seek out threats. Whereas Palhinha's job is just, he's a master of one thing, which is just controlling and patrolling that zone. But if we did sign him, and then obviously you're not a doubt, you're looking to sell Pape Sarr or Berghvall, clearly, and Archie Gray I think is also someone that we're going to hang on to. Then you kind of do have four players, maybe 5, that are all chomping at the bit. I don't know where Decky fits in when he's fully fit. Does Decky present that solution to the kind of creative 8 that we're looking for, that can still be a box to box and physical player that can handle the likes of Wolves, right? Like against Wolves, I understand why he went for Bentancur and Palhinha to a degree, because the midfield of Wolves is incredibly physical with Gomez and Andre, and even that fella John Arias, the is he Ecuadorian? I forget where he's from, but he came from Brazil, and he plays off of the right wing, but he gets stuck in the midfield battle and is very physical. I understand that they would look at that and think that Bentancur and Palhinha is the kind of match for that. But again, then you have the compromise of 2 players in the 6 and the 8 that are not particularly mobile and not particularly quick with the ball. And so my concern is that, how do you, if you do see Palhinha as the 6, but none of the others as a backup 6 in reality, in a perfect world, and you want to go and get someone else like an Adam Wharton or like a Locatelli, whoever it might be, that can sit in that 6 role and rotate with Palhinha. And if you're seeing Xavi Simons as the 10, and if you're seeing eventually Maddison and Decky maybe fighting it out for those spots, there's 4 players there that are going to be fighting over 90 minutes of football, and albeit it might be twice a week, but it's still a hell of a lot to keep everybody happy, especially if you also want to do what you're saying, which is to go and get someone that's at the top draw level that can essentially sit at the top of the pecking order for that role. How do you keep Berghvall, Sarr, Is the solution that you tell Berghvall or Sarr, with one of them, we need you to focus on being a specialist in a position like a 10?
Yeah. By the way, the lineups are out. I'll let you go and look at that, and I'll also answer the question. I think for me, I think we have to remind ourselves a little bit that this is what Frank's inherited, right? So we're looking back at 2 or 3 years of these players and judging them on that basis. Frank's been here a couple of months. He's not going to fancy all of these players, and that's going to become clear as time progresses. Right now, we are where we are. So, like when you're speculating about where does Decky fit in, for me, he's not an 8. I don't mind him centrally. It depends what sort of 8 we're talking about as well, right? So, as a more, if you're trying to be a bit more attacking in a home game and you're kind of freeing him up from any defensive responsibility, maybe. But I don't think he particularly has the presence in midfield or the reading of the game, maybe to have a sort of central midfield position. But yeah, I think let's have a look at this and see what we've got today, because I haven't seen it yet either. So Paulinho and Bentancur does not surprise me at all. Tel, okay. So we've got
Tel's playing in the 9. I think there's no Richarlison's on the bench, so Tel's in the 9.
Okay,
and then Odebear's on the left, and Kudus on the right. It's interesting. And then a back 4 as you were. Romero back in, Van der Ven, Udogie and Pedro Porro. So fairly strong. And I like the fact that Odebear's back out on the left and Simmons in the 10. That's good. Just Mathys Tel in for Richarlison. I mean, it's why not, right? Why not? If Richarlison doesn't,
mate, we are at that point. Tel really frustrates me. Of all the transfers we've had over the last few years, and some of them have been spectacular failures, I can sort of forgive to some point some of them. And if we go to the reference point of the king of bad transfers for us, which is probably Ndombele, I think it was really poor from the recruitment. I think there was enough evidence there that we could have worked out that he was a bad apple. But I can understand why someone went to watch Ndombele and came back and thought, this guy is unbelievable. I can understand why that happened. I can't massively understand it with Tel, if I'm honest. When I look back at what he's done for Bayern, I actually think it's very little. He's done remarkably little for us. But nonetheless, as you said, we are in a real issue on the left wing and up front. Richarlison, I don't think is as bad as everybody's making out, but he has been playing that bad the last couple of games. So why not? I don't think Thomas Frank has a solution here. I think there's a lot of, as you'll have seen in the chat, the phrase that I use is the Monday morning quarterback, where whatever happens, if we don't play well, we retrofit the criticism to suit the lineup.
Correct.
But I don't think there is a solution here that works. I've got no problem if people, let's go to the left wing thing. We've got Odebear. No problem. I'm not a big fan. There's a lot of people going, just play him for 10 games. But I've got a big problem with that, because if you play him for 2 or 3 games and he's rubbish, then the criticism is, why are you never changing it? So I get Thomas Frank moving pieces around at the moment and hoping that something lands, but I don't think it will, and I don't think there's a solution. So in that sense, I have very little issue over who is playing left wing or who is playing up front right now.
Is there an argument that Johnson should get some minutes in the 9?
No. No, there is an argument, but I just don't think it holds water for me.
Okay, why's that?
Well, simply because Johnson's what he's done well, undoubtedly, is put the ball in the back of the net. So it's very easy to then go, well, just play him up front. But I think the only reason he puts the ball in the back of the net is because he can kind of ghost in late at the back post because he's quite quick and he's not really marked, ghosting in behind the fullback or whatever. I don't think you get that freedom as a 9. In what scenario is he going to not get picked up in the box when he's your focal point of your attack? I just can't see it. He doesn't really hold the ball up. I can't see what else he's going to offer you in the 9. The only argument is he can finish, right? But I think he's going to have a lot less space and freedom in that 9 position than he is on either wing. So for me, also with that, we just watch the games and we go, well, it's ridiculous. They've never tried him there. Do we really think that thought's never crossed Thomas Frank's mind? And at some point in training, he probably hasn't gone, let's just try him up front for a bit And if it had gone really well, I'm sure that would translate into seeing it happen on the field on match day. The reason it hasn't happened, I've got enough faith in Thomas Frank that this isn't a thought that's not crossed his mind, right? It will have crossed his mind. There's probably good reasons why we're not seeing it in my
listen, 100%, right? 100%. Now, obviously, in a debate, that would be called a pitch to authority fallacy, right? But for what it's worth, obviously, that guy is paid a lot of money because he does know what he's doing. And what I like about almost handing over the trust to him is that when I hear him talk in post-match and in pre-match press conferences, he's so sincere with he comes across very sincere. He comes across very honest, and he also says things that are, that are real. Like he's not trying to paper over cracks. He's not trying to pretend like there aren't obvious issues. He doesn't try to do the sorts of the kind of talking out of both sides of his mouth, protecting his own ego. I guess it's easier to do that when things have started well, and when you're under the cosh like Ange Postecoglou was. He started out with the kind of the chippy personality. Then he went to confident when we were 10. Then when it all went downhill, he started getting very defensive, and then the reaction from the press obviously turned him into incredibly defensive mode, where he started to find any reason to justify his own ego, sort of thing. So, at that point for me, that's when I really went off of Ange, was because I couldn't sort of vibe with his takes. I was sitting there going, we're looking at the same game. You think we're all idiots? What are we doing here? Whereas I trust Thomas Frank because what he says, I see. And I feel like, okay, so I'm not an expert in football, but at least I'm certainly not no expert, but I've got an opinion, and my opinion is generally drawn out of what I hope is balance and slightly, and maybe there's biases attached occasionally, but it's certainly not going to be. I'm not going to be saying things that I just think are completely unrealistic. And when he says things that you're thinking, and he says things that you haven't even realised that you actually think yet, like he's one step ahead of you in the analysis, then you go, okay, on that basis, I trust you because at least you're saying things that I can understand and get on board with, and you are someone who's paid a lot of money and you're an expert in what you do. Therefore, to your point, if he's not tried Johnson in the 9, there's probably a reason why he hasn't, right? And he sees more than we do on the training ground, etc.
Yeah, I completely agree. I honestly, I couldn't be more in agreement with that. But I will offer one caveat, which is, and I think we're seeing it now with Amorim, and we saw it with Ange. When you come in initially, you can have this brand of honesty, and it's refreshing because you can be really brutally honest about the failures of your team, because it's not on you when you come in, right? It just isn't. True. But when you start repeating the same thing, and it's 12 months and it's 18 months and it's 24 months down the line, that no longer holds water. And that's what happened with Ange. That's why I lost faith with him. Exactly what you're saying. I can live with it early on. But there comes a point where the accountability is on him. And that's where I think we got to gaslighting with Ange, where he'd come out after a game. I remember the Wolves game at the end of last season. Now, and we're talking now, 18, 20 months into his reign. The failures are on him. So he's got a choice. He can either come out and go, actually, no, it was appalling and that's on me. Or you can try and rewrite the narrative and hope that people will believe you. And after that Wolves game where we were terrible, in the interviews going, no, I thought we were outstanding. I'm like, what game are you watching? The alternative is to do what Amorim's doing. Just keep the same narrative all the time. But that's now shifted from, that's absolutely fine because you've just come in, to, hold on a minute. But it's your job to fix the problem. You've been here 12 months and it's still the same. So
it's quite reminiscent of of politics, isn't it? Like you think in the UK, not that I want to go into politics, but just to use the analogy, when a new government comes in and they're making decisions that are a little bit, taken badly by the public, it's, well, we're just fixing the last shit show, But after a while, you're like, well, you've had long enough now to start. You can't keep you can't keep arguing that this is all because of the previous guys.
I agree, but I think Frank is slightly different to those two as well. They are wedded to, in Amorim's case, a formation. In Ange's case, a certain sort of philosophy and style that they absolutely will not divorce themselves from. Which is why I think Frank's got a better chance, because I don't expect the same. I think he will adapt as he goes. And if you don't, remember the Jose Mourinho quote, I can't remember it now, so I'm going to butcher this, but something along the lines of, if you get sacked because you've stuck to your principles, you're an idiot, right?
Yeah.
I buy into that, but I don't think that's Thomas Frank at all. I think Thomas Frank will adapt to what he's got. So hopefully we don't end in the same position we're doing. Some point, Thomas Frank will probably get sacked, or he'll move on to a bit bigger job. But
they all get sacked in the end, don't they? They all get sacked in the end.
Pretty much. So, but I'm on board with you. I've got so much more faith in him. It was one of the many reasons why I lost faith with Ange, because I didn't see what he was seeing, and that's a big worry for me. I accept that, as much as I don't rate Ange, I accept that his knowledge of football there's no probably about it, is vastly superior to mine. But I still think there are basics that happen on a football pitch that you've got to just be honest about. And when everybody can see the way we're defending, how open we are, and you're coming out telling us we're outstanding when you've conceded 4 balls, that's a big issue for me. I've got to buy into my manager, and I didn't, but I do now.
Do you think that there's like, you're talking about like if you get sacked for following your principles and you're an idiot, right? I agree, but at the same time, like if you sort of don't stand for anything, or if you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything, or whatever the phrase is. And I don't know what hill Thomas Frank is on.
Yeah,
does he have a hill that he's prepared to die on? I don't know. Like he says things like, we want to play, and again, it's not a criticism. It's just early days. It's just an observation. He says things like, we want to be balanced. We want to be attacking, and if you don't take risk, you take a risk. But I've seen for many of the games this season, we've been far too determined to just not concede, even at home against teams that are bottom of the table or near the bottom of the table. That makes you go. At what point do we have a philosophy here that we can understand? Because if you do jump around, if you are someone that's willing to, and again, I hear you, I'm not disagreeing with you, just for the purposes of the conversation, I guess. If you are willing to keep tinkering with your squad, your team selection, your tactics, your formation, at some point, does the team need an identity? Does Thomas Frank's football club, does Thomas Frank's managerial history, if you were to describe Thomas Frank, how would you describe his managerial philosophy?
I wonder though, and I haven't rounded this thought through, so I'm just batting it back, see how it lands with you. Is there an element of with Thomas Frank that maybe that identity comes organically, whereas Amorim and Ange almost are at the point where they've got a philosophy or a formation that is almost more important than the results to them, and that's where the idiot thing comes in from Jose Mourinho. Whereas if you do it the other way around, which is what I'm speculating here as to maybe Frank is, his priority is the results. So then maybe, based on what squad you have, your philosophy, your style, that all grows organically around fitting the pieces to the jigsaw, right? Rather than trying to force them in like Ange and Amorim do. So I don't exactly know what I would say Frank's philosophy is. But, his Brentford team had a certain way of playing. Is that because that's Frank's philosophy, or is that because that was the best fit at the time for the players he had? So I don't know. I'm interested to find out how that goes. But again, we don't. It's going to be really hard to judge that right now because he's a different style to Ange. Ange comes in, as we're seeing at Forest, and goes, "This is how I'm playing. I don't care what players I've got." So it's very clear to understand what his philosophy is. Yeah. Frank, I think, comes in and goes, "What players have I got? How can I get the results?" So that philosophy is only going to become more apparent over time when he starts to bring in the players he wants to bring in.
Yeah, I hear that, mate. I hear that. Yeah, I think that's a fair point as well. Let's have a quick look at the Leeds formation. Oh, hang on a second. Let me get rid of that. How do I get rid of this? Bang. This is the Leeds team we're up against today, people. Darlow in goal. Bogle, Goodmanson, Joe Rodon, and Pascal Struck. And Ampadu. Longstaff in the middle was that 6'4" Statch. Aronson off the right, I believe. Okafor off the left, and Caballero. Is that a 5? Let's have a look.
4-3-3. They normally
4-3-3, isn't it? Yeah. So is Struck playing left back then?
Probably.
Let's have a look at their previous game. Let's have a look, see quickly. They usually play 4-3-3, don't they?
Yeah. I mean, for me, that is a team. I mean, let's get on towards the game today. That is a team for me that
we should be able to beat, right?
We should. I mean, I think we are. It's about your expectations.
Goodmanson's playing left back. Sorry, my bad. Bogle's right back. Rodon. I thought Struck was a centre back. He was. He is. It's Goodmanson playing left back, and then Stash, Ampadu, and Longstaff in the middle, and then Aronson off the right, Okafor off the left, and Calvert-Lewin in the 9. Yeah. Listen, Okafor's a good player. Calvert-Lewin probably have about 4 chances today, and hopefully not put any of them away. But
he scores against us though, doesn't he? He likes to go. Was it last season where he hadn't scored for about 4 years and then rocks up against? But you know.
Yeah. It happens. So let's talk about the game then, right? So, in fact, before we get to this, let's talk about the game in the last sort of half an hour specifically. Let's talk a little bit about the ownership situation this week. Obviously, we've had some news coming out from yesterday. We had the news from Firehawk Holdings, Roger Kennedy. They decided to not make a move, and then on top of that, we still got about 20-odd days, 23 days or something for the DJ come NASA expert come tech bro, who apparently put up a massive offer, 4.5 billion quid, but apparently it's an expression of interest, nothing substantial. But then we heard that I think his name's Dan Gilbert, I think, who's the Cleveland Browns or the Cleveland Cavaliers, I forget, $21 billion worth man. And he was asked by the Telegraph, by Matt Law, they reached out to him and reached out to his investment company, Rock Group or Rock Entertainment, and said, any truth in the fact that you're interested in buying Tottenham? And the response was, we are always looking and interesting in both domestic and international sports venues. And we did recently look at a property in the UK, but decided to not move forward. So it doesn't necessitate that was Tottenham. It's probably Tottenham, but there's also rumours that West Ham are looking for new buyers as well. So it might be over there as well. And if it was Tottenham and he was one of the 12 investors, then are we going to presume here that unless the other 11 put up the rest of the money, or unless they go and find somebody else, that in the next 25 days, whatever, that there's not going to be any movement? And either way, it seems like the narrative from the football club, from the Lewis children, is that they're not interested in a sale, and all bets are off in that regard. So what's your kind of overarching thoughts on the current state of takeover probabilities at the club?
Well, I'll start with your last point about the narrative of the Lewis family. If it was me and I had an asset, whether I was interested in selling it or not, that would be the narrative that I put out. Right? Why, even if I want to sell it, why would I put out that? Oh yeah, no, we're all up for sale. We invite any offers, because then you're just going to drive down the value of the club. So I don't read anything into that. It's impossible to know really what their actual intentions are. I can see why they wouldn't. I mean, for the same reason why I didn't expect Daniel Levy to leave. Whilst there's still ability to build the business of the club as a whole and build hotels and stuff and to grow the value of it, why would you want to leave? I can understand that. In terms of the likelihood of actual takeovers, I don't know. I don't suppose any of us really know. That said, I'm not a believer necessarily, because I think it's a dangerous philosophy to say there's no smoke without fire is true in every single scenario. But we are seeing now more and more links, right? I mean, this is probably 4 in a couple of months, different parties who've potentially been interested. So it just seems like there's a bit of a direction of travel there. And ultimately, everybody's got a price. So even if no one in the Lewis family is interested for a sale, if the money's big enough, they will sell, right? Obviously, if someone, I know this is a ridiculous exaggeration, but just to make the point, if someone comes along and says, I'll give you 20 billion, they're not going to turn it down, right? So there definitely is a price. So whether someone can hit that, I don't know, but more and more people seem interested. Maybe it's just reignited the global opportunity, or the perception of the opportunity for Tottenham Hotspur, because Levy's left, and maybe he was a genuine blocker to that. And people are just sniffing around. Maybe the opportunity is not opened at all, but you can understand why. If you'd had an interest in the past and you haven't got anywhere because Daniel Levy's a blocker, you're just going to have a show a little interest now to go, has anything fundamentally changed in Tottenham's position or not? And we don't know the answer to that. But like with everything, we'll find out, I guess, in the next few months about Are they going to invest in the team? Are they interested in a sale? But it's interesting times, and I love change, mate. I love people are scared of change, but change is opportunity.
Yeah, 100%, mate. Love that. And it's also the only thing that's certain in life, other than death and taxes, right? Is that change is always around the corner. Embrace it. Embrace it. Yeah. I remember when I was when I first left the UK in 2013, and I ended up in Australia, and I joined this company in tech, right? In tech marketing, ad tech. And I had no idea what I was doing, and I had no idea about the industry at all. So I was learning on the job. And within about 3 months of me joining there, basically 70% of the sales team left and quit. And I was like, Jesus Christ, what have I done? I've joined an absolute sinking ship here. And I spoke to my dad about it. My dad was like, why are you seeing this as a problem? I was like, well, I've signed up to this company. If they go under, or if it's a shit show, I'm not going to get my visa, all this stuff. And he's like, mate, don't you realize the opportunity that's just been presented to you? 70% of people that were ahead of you in the line for a promotion have just walked out the door. Get your head down and work hard and learn the game, and then and everything will be all right. And I did that, and everything was superb in the end. The company turned it around. So like, it was a life lesson that out of adversity comes opportunity. And I think that these sorts of things with Tottenham, like, I completely agree with you, mate. Like, it's exciting to not know what's going to happen. Yeah. But I also think that there's so much more to it that's opaque with regards to, I know Daniel Levy's gone, right? But how he left, why he left, how that took place, I think that those sorts of things do ultimately shape what might come in the future, even though he's out of the way now. Like, for example, when that guy, Brooklyn Eric, responded to the tweet, or responded to the narrative from the guy at the Daily Mail who got a quote from Tottenham Hotspur basically saying it was unsolicited and unnecessary. And he said unsolicited, and he showed his itinerary from like an investor day. Like, if you look back at the date of that was back in early August. And the rumours are now like that the Lewis family, or the Enoch, however we're referencing the nomenclature on the new or the current owners, that they weren't aware of any of this. That they weren't aware. They've never spoken to Brooklyn Eric. They've never had any conversations with him, never had any dialogue of any kind, no communication. And so to them, according to the reports, getting this expression of interest was like, what? Who are you? And what's that come from? And he shared the itinerary, but apparently the itinerary was like news to the Lewis kids. So was Daniel Levy? And then you find out that Daniel Levy, like, people telling me that it was all part of the plan, and he was going to be happening for months. Oh, I don't buy it for a second. There's no way that he's going to be like chaperoned and sort of marooned off into the distance just because his kid is the CEO of the company above Enoch Tavistock. Doesn't make any sense. And then you find out that he was basically blocked from getting his belongings, his personal belongings, all those things. There's an argument to sit there and think that Daniel Levy was working like solo, trying to find investment and all those things from people. And the Lewises were like, what's going on here? And that's probably why the Charrington came in. You know, it's all very odd, isn't it? It's all very crazy.
The sounds like there's possibly enough there for some sort of epic Netflix series if we ever got to know.
Yeah.
We probably will never get to know, right? But there is we're all playing speculation, but there is a scenario that sort of makes sense there to me, which is 24 years ago when this all started. You know, Joe Lewis was a lot younger. Levy was a lot younger. They obviously had a really good working relationship. Over the years, it was just left to Levy to get on with it. You can understand over 24 years, and as Joe Lewis gets older and older and probably then has less interest. Bear in mind, people criticise Lewis. His interests are in about 200 odd different companies. Like, why does he fundamentally really care about Tottenham over any of the others? I'm not sure he does. It's just an investment. So over that period where Lewis has got more and more autonomy and realises he isn't really held to account by Joe Lewis, he can just do what he likes because Joe Lewis thinks he's a safe pair of hands. You can understand that ego getting a little bit out of control, where it's like, I can do what I like. And ultimately, then when Lewis has passed that, formed the family trust, and then the likes of Vivian Lewis and whoever else get more interested in the running of the club, and it's being run in the same way, where potentially he's off doing stuff, not even letting them know about it. Once that eventually comes out, you can see why, if massive speculation on my part, But if that's what has happened, you can see why they're not going to be best pleased about it and go, this is not the guy. This guy's keeping stuff from us and we own the majority of the club.
Yeah.
If that's what's happened, you can understand why they go, let's work out how we're going to get rid of him. That would make sense, but I've got zero.
Yeah, I just think it kind of, when you put two and two together, right, and you hear the other rumours were that Daniel Levy was essentially cop blocking any investment deal because he was trying to ensure that he was being kept on in some sort of chairmanship role in like a handover period for 5 years and wanted his money. And you also bake in the fact that he's taken circa 50 million quid out of the club, out of the company in the last 25 years, of which the Lewises haven't taken a bean. You know, all of these sorts of things. And of course, the 100 million quid that did get put into the club by ENIC a couple of years ago. Well, if Daniel Levy's like 28% or whatever it is, owner of 30% owner of ENIC, then shouldn't 30 million quid of that come from Daniel Levy? But it didn't, right? It came because he hasn't got the liquid wealth to do that. So you can almost, and he wasn't diluted as far as we know. So all of these things are probably sitting there, and the Lewises are going, "What the hell is going on here?" We're trying to get investment, but every time we do, it seems to fall off because Levy's determined to get his, to carry on getting his. The Lewises haven't got any of theirs. The non-dilutionary effect, despite the fact of him being 30% owner of the company that put in 100 million quid, then you find out maybe that Brooklyn Eric was, an investor potential that was brought in by Daniel Levy to have a look around. And the reason why it probably wasn't made, again, two and two together, the reason why it wasn't made aware to the Lewises is because he wants to make sure he's having those conversations saying, listen, if you want to do this, but I need to be, so he's keeping that, like before we let them know that you're interested, I want to make sure, and then somehow that's got back to someone, and then they've gone, get Levy out of here. To me, I just think that Daniel Levy has basically, he's done something, or he's been caught with his hand in the cookie jar a little bit, and the Lewises are gone, no, get out.
Again, we have to put the little asterisks, right, that we don't know. But
of course, allegedly. I've got to say allegedly, just to make sure I'm safe from any particular consequences.
From any Alan Sugar-like legal.
Yeah. Oh, did you see that last night? That was so cringy, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. But it makes it, if I'm majority owner of a business and I'm trusting a minority shareholder to run it, and then I find out that guy isn't telling me about like investment or potential offers for the club, I would be absolutely furious. I'd be like, who the hell do you think you are? You're there to run the club on a daily basis. You're not there to. I'm the majority shareholder. It's up to me, not up to you. Honestly, that's one of the things. It would make perfect sense, but
it wouldn't.
Whether we'll ever know, I don't know. Daniel Levy's book, maybe, if he wants to do one, who knows?
I'll come out eventually. Let me ask you this though, right? Just before we move away from the ownership thing, Ulrika's put a good. By the way, I'm going to bring up Ulrika's question before I do. Ulrika, big up to you, mate. Thank you very much. Choo to you for the super sticker as well. Choo, darling. Appreciate you. Hope your G&T is treating you nicely. Saturday evening over in Australia. Very, very, very cool of you. Yeah, said you need to reverse your thinking. Oh, wait, she's having a dig at me. Fuck you, Ulrika. Let's have a look. Sean, you are not a dummy. Why would we need outside investment whilst Levy runs the show, but now he is no longer in control? We don't need that. How much liquid money does Levy have? Levy doesn't have a lot of liquid money at all. He's probably got, I don't know how much he's got in liquid worth, but he's asset rich, isn't he? But he's earned 50 million quid from the club, basically. But I don't know what else he's got going on behind that. Or if he has family money.
I would say by the layman standards for me and you, Sean, I'm sure he's got an absolute wealth of liquid money.
Of course.
In terms of Tottenham Hotspur business levels, no.
No, exactly. But listen, as much as you're saying, I don't know what you're inferring here, Ulrika. You're saying I need to reverse my thinking. I don't know what you're suggesting. Like, I'll ask you. Why? It's an interesting question. Why is it that when he was in charge, we needed investment, and now apparently we don't? We've also sacked off the Rothschild banking, the people that were trying to look for investors. So have Vivian and Charlie had like a lobotomy, and all of a sudden they've gone, right, let's get rid of this clown, and now let's just fund the whole thing ourselves, because they still need money for the hope that the phase 2 or phase 3 of the Northumberland Park development plan, that's going to cost circa 500 million quid, and that's 4 residential blocks and the hotel, of which the hotel apparently is going to cost about 150 to 180 million apparently, and that doesn't include the white webs, that doesn't include the NFL training ground, that doesn't include the women's stadium, all that stuff. So like, I'm just sitting there going, well, that money has to be financed. But if they don't need their money anymore, are the Lewises really going to put in £1 billion into the club? I can't see that happening. Can you?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we've said that we don't need investment going forward. We're just looking at the facts that we know in terms of people who have maybe sniffed around for takeover opportunities. But I'm sure these are not going to be stupid people. So I'm sure they're still exploring. We know the stuff like the Rothschild stuff, but it doesn't mean that in the background they're not still open to investment from others. I'm sure they are. It just needs to be on their terms. But we'll find out relatively soon. Football's always has to be done now. It's a very much a sort of contemporaneous thing for fans. But we'll find out relatively soon because the commitment to the hotels and stuff, it all supposed to be built before the 2028 Euros, right? So it's
yes, right, yeah.
A couple of years they've got to get all of this sorted. So, and hotels don't spring up overnight. So I imagine the timescales here are pretty short to make sure that funding's in place.
Okay, yeah. Listen, you're right. We don't know. I'll continue to speculate because content's got a content. But for the time being, mate, we got sort of 35 minutes left. I want to move a little bit towards the game. Apparently, there's 52-mile-an-hour winds in Leeds today, according to this weather report that I'm looking at. Up to very strong gusts of wind, mainly at up to 52 miles per hour. Showers on and off. They are forecast to clean up around lunchtime. We might even get some sunshine later, but the wind is here to stay, and that's making it feel several degrees colder than it is, about 10 degrees, but feels about 6. Does that change the tactic a little bit? I mean, we saw it last night, the Bournemouth game. It looked absolutely shocking. Is this one of those days where you just want to ping balls from deep? If you get the ball in and around the edge of the box, you just take some pot shots, see if the wind picks it up and makes it difficult for... Because they've got their main goalkeeper's out, isn't he? Perry's out injured, so they've got the other goalkeeper, what's his name? Darlow in goal. So a chance to take advantage of maybe a little bit of a nervous young goalkeeper.
Yeah, just quickly on the weather, I just had a look where I'm in Milton Keynes. 12 degrees feels like 1 degree. that's how bad the wind is at the moment.
Wow. But, it's
nice,
not that windy at all here.
Oh no, I was chasing the bin down the road earlier on today. But anyway, in terms of the game, I suppose you would the classic old, certainly FA Cup cliche would be that it's a leveler, right? These sort of conditions. So
sure.
But fundamentally, all right, let's get into the game and how Spurs are doing at the moment. What do we expect? And this is YouTube world and social media world. We have a breakdown at the end of every game. If we do well, we're going to win the league. If we do badly, then we're awful and he's the worst manager ever. That's social media world. For me, my expectations are pretty much what we're seeing, and I did say that before the season started, so it's not me fitting my opinion to history. I think we are right now mostly the team that played against Wolves and the team that hopefully not quite as bad against Bodo. I'm not expecting anything different today, Sean, to be honest. We've played well in small pockets, but right now with the side we have, I expect us not to be very fluid. So I'm expecting more of the same. Whether the wind works for or against us, I don't know. I assume it would be fair that most people would agree that we have more technically capable players, at least a couple of them, than Leeds. So the wind's not going to be suiting them, I wouldn't have thought. I'm not sure we are a particularly dominant team in the air, maybe from set pieces, but generally during open play, like getting crossing into the box and stuff, I don't think that's our strength, especially with Tel up front. So I'm not sure it's going to work for us, really. It's probably going to make our defending harder as well, because I look at their attack and our defence, I'm quite comfortable with that.
Yeah.
Throw in a massive swirling wind and it kind of is a little bit of a... And also, Vicario coming out trying to grab a ball in the air with that wind.
I was going to say, yeah.
that worries me a little bit.
And Dominic Calvert-Lewin, like he can't shoot the ball very well with his feet, but he's big and strong in the air. It's probably a day for set pieces. If you get lots of corner kicks, you just whip the ball in. I mean, one thing that's on our side is we do seem to get a lot of corner kicks, right? So, and look, I mean, Pedro Porro is back in the team. Him being able to cross the ball in. I mean, we saw one last night. I think I forget who it was. Was it what's the guy's name? Plays right wing for Bournemouth. Dan something. He's very, very, very good. But he took a corner kick and he put it right underneath the crossbar, and it was very, very good. Very good goalkeeper just to get his sort of fist on it to punch it over. Those sorts of things are going to. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see a high scoring game today. Would you?
Yeah, there was one amazing cross that came in. David Brooks was playing out there.
That's it, Brooks. Is what I was thinking. David Brooks. Yeah.
We're not going to segue into David Brooks, but what a little story he has, having had cancer and stuff. So I'm super pleased to see him back. I think he's a great.
Oh, did he have cancer? Did he?
Yeah. He was out the game for a little while. I can't remember whether might have been testicular. I'm not sure, but
wow.
Yeah, a couple of years ago he was in a not in a great way. So to come back to that level, I think it's a fantastic story for anyone. What was the question? I've forgotten.
Whether or not like the wind as a factor. Just Leeds obviously want to play attacking football at home, but they have been the first 2 home games of the season. They got 2 clean sheets. There's an argument to say it could be like a 1-0 sort of snatch and grab to either team, or it could be like a 4-3 because of that just crazy element of the wind. I don't think that one team will walk away with this one, though. I think it will be a battle either way.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm happy to put my opinion out there and then look stupid afterwards. I've got no issue with that. So, the wind, I think, will make it into a particularly poor game to watch. I don't think it's going to be high scoring at all. I think it's going to be a lack of quality on display, compounded by the weather conditions. And maybe 1 goal. I went with 1-1, but maybe 1 goal just sneaks it. I think that might be enough today, but we'll see what happens. But I am worried if this was in a lovely August summer's day. Well, let's not go August because that you need time for your team to bed in. If this was sort of next March or April and a nice day, spring's day, I'd be so much calmer about it. Today, with the wind, with the way we are currently in terms of our lack of fluidity going forward, the way that Leeds are in terms of, Dominic Calvert-Lewin being a physical presence, and they got that 6'4" guy as well. All of that worries me a little bit, if I'm honest. But I never thought I'm not the fan that looks at a game like this and goes, "It's Leeds United. They've just come up. We should win it easily." That's not me at all. I think the Premier League's a tough league.
Yeah, no, I agree, mate. I think that there's no such thing as an easy game anymore. And if you just look around the table, the fact that everybody's lost a game bar Crystal Palace, the reality is that there's a lot of teams at the top end that have already dropped points to teams at the bottom, Tottenham included. And so, I think you have to take every game on the merit and the respect that it deserves. I do think I agree with you. We've got better technical players than they have, but it's a big day for players like. Let's talk a little bit about Wilson Odobert. We spoke about him a little bit earlier in terms of he's probably for both of us, he's not the solution, but he's one of the better, maybe the best of what we've got on the left at the moment, at least in performances. Do you share that kind of the take that I have, that people look at Kudus and think he's what you want from a right winger, Semenyo's what you want from a left winger, that take-on guy. But in the absence of having that there is some value in building up the relationships. And I think that Odobert is someone that seems to be very willing to sacrifice his own plaudits by bringing other players into the game. Like I maintain that against Brighton, Destiny Udogie doesn't get anywhere near the success that he does if it wasn't for the fact that he had a player in front of him that was his first thought was what's best for the team, not should I be selfish in taking players on here, which is the polar opposite of, say, Mohamed Kudus at times. Not that I love Kudus, I love what he does, but they're just polar opposites in their mindset.
Well, Odobert's highlight reel, though, is taking players on, back from his Burnley days. Different standard of players, I guess, in terms of the opposition. So I think he just lacks confidence. I don't think he's the player, by the way. So I'm not saying a confident Odobert is a top draw Premier League left winger. I'm not convinced he is. But I think a confident Odobert is certainly a much better player than the one we're seeing. So it is it's a big day, but I think they've had a lot, Odobert and Tel. They really need something for the fans to hang their hat on to go, okay, this is why we're going to back the guy. I do. One thing I do agree with is, look, Kudus is great. I don't think you want a carbon copy of that type of winger on the left-hand side, though. I think you want something like he's great at holding the ball up. I think that's one of his biggest strengths. He can beat a man. his crossing isn't terrible, but it's not brilliant. Certainly in terms of finishing and getting into dangerous positions to be a goal threat, I think he's quite limited in that. His long-range shooting, I think, isn't brilliant. But I think if you repeat that on the left-hand side, you become a bit predictable. So I would like something different on the left-hand side. I actually think it's a bigger day. Maybe because in the back of my mind, I've written Tel and Odebear off, if I'm honest. I think it's a bigger day for someone like Udogie, who I'm not the biggest fan of, but I recognise his strengths. Although...
Why aren't you the biggest fan of Udogie? What's he done to wind you up?
I was on a stream a couple of weeks ago. We're talking about Udogie, I'm talking about, where the narrative was he's great going forward and not as good in defence. I think it's the other way around. I've got no qualms with him in defence. I think he's pretty solid. And we saw that. I thought defensively he was outstanding against Brighton, by the way. I thought it was brilliant. Yeah. Attacking, I don't rate him to a point. I don't rate him because I think his end product is atrocious. However, what I do recognise is he's really good at running, creating seeing the gaps, exploiting the space. He creates the opportunity and then never takes advantage of it. That is something potentially that can be worked on. Whereas sometimes faults in players' games, you think you're never going to coach that to be better. So what I want to see from Udogie is when he gets in those positions, that there's actually some sort of end product and he's not doing two of his favourite things, either just hitting the first man when he crosses it in or just not getting the cross in because he wants an abundance of touches. I want to see that stop and just, as David Brooks did, I know different players, different positions, different technical abilities, but that cross that David Brooks put in didn't need 20 touches, just pinged it in and beautiful cross. I want to see Udogie trying that a bit more. And I think...
Do you think Udogie could do that like what Pedro to the same... I mean, Pedro Porro is probably the best sort of technical crosser, certainly in our team. And arguably, certainly, I think at the moment, best technical crossing right back in the game. And this is why I talk about these like chemistry and relationships, right? I think that Pedro Porro and Kudus work very well because... Like Pedro Porro is not the guy that's going to get forward to the byline as much. In slow build-up play, he can overlap and do the thing. But in terms of like just a fast break, he's not going to do it. The ball will get to Kudus and Kudus will do that. And Kudus will exhaust all of his options going forward until he walks into a brick wall. And if he then gives up the goose, turns around and plays it back to Porro, who could hit that ball first time in like he did for Van der Ven in Bodo. Amazing. Can Udogie do that? Does Udogie's role have to be overlap, let the left winger bring me back into play, let me be his outlet? Or can you trust, could you say, let's just change it up a little bit here, let's be unpredictable. Like Odebear, when you get the ball, try and take your player on, but if there's no outlet for you, then give it back to Udogie, who doesn't have to be further advanced. He can be sitting back, waiting patiently, and then whip that ball in, especially given the weather conditions. The more balls that you whip into the box today, surely there's going to be a higher opportunity of something crazy happening with regards to the flight of the ball.
Yeah, as a one-off, when you've got the weather conditions of today, I've got no problem with that. I don't think, though, Udogie's that player. I don't think he has the technical ability. And as you said, spot on, Porro is a very good early crosser of the ball. So because he's good enough to do it, I don't think Udogie is. So Udogie, I think, does have to be the guy who is overlapping, exploiting space. And I think he's really good at that. So as much as I'm absolutely not convinced by him, I think he is very good at that, getting into the spaces behind the fullbacks. It's just what happens then I've got the big issue with. But I think we still have to play to that and improve that end product, because that is what he is naturally brilliant at. He is brilliant at running past people. So I wouldn't, maybe as a one-off today, but I wouldn't generally try and change that and say, let's try and make him into the fullback who can whip a cross in early. I don't think he's naturally, it's going to be tough for him. It's not his strength. Crossing just isn't his strength. And secondly, you're also, I think, taking
something can be learned, though, right? It'd be something like on the training ground and just say, okay, for the next hour, we're going to take you away, Destiny. And what we're going to do is we're going to just do this over and over and over again. You push it forward to a coach who then basically does that, jinx, and then pushes it back to you, and then you just do one-time crosses with your left foot into the box from deep.
I think the easiest skill, arguably, is the end delivery when you've exploited space than it is a cross from deep like Porro would do, because the skill is in the delivery of the ball. Once you've exploited space and defenders are running back towards their own goal, the skill isn't necessarily, you just got to find the guy, because there's going to be a lot more space. Whereas you're crossing from Porro, you're probably crossing into a crowded penalty area. So the delivery has to be super good. So I actually think it's easier potentially to ask Udogie to build on his strengths as well, of using his physicality to get to that byline, exploit the space behind the fullbacks. That then get your head up quickly and just try and find a man. You don't need 20 touches at that stage, because all of your good work that you've done with the winger and exploiting that space, you've then undone it because you need 20 touches to get the ball in, and often it doesn't come in at all. But I still think that's the better avenue for Udogie to become the best player he can come, rather than trying to be a left wing Pedro Porro.
Okay, but on that basis, then let me ask this. Let me challenge you, push back, because I don't disagree. Accelerate his skills, his pros, rather than trying to fix his cons, sort of thing. But if you're doing that, like if let's say you had Semenyo on the left hand side, or let's say that you played Kudus on the left hand side and you had Udogie behind it, and the ball gets up to Kudus or to Semenyo, do you still need an overlapping fullback when you've already got a winger that's first thought is to get to the byline? Because Kudus doesn't cut in very often. Kudus takes it to the byline most of the time. Semenyo takes it to the byline most of the time. So my question mark is maybe given the balance. I know it's a bit of a weird question to throw out there, but if you've got a fullback that wants to do that work in Destiny Udogie, do you need a winger who does the same thing, byline traps, basically? Because then they're going to get in each other's way.
Yeah, but ultimately you want a squad that you can build that can play in different ways, right? So if we have a Semenyo, I still think there's room for that, because you don't want to repeat the same type of attacks. Just look at Porro. Yeah, he crosses from early more often than not. However, I would like to see him occasionally overlap a little bit more. And I remember back to, say, the Liverpool game where we won late on when they were down to 10 men. That came from an overlap from Porro when he whipped the ball in, and Konate scored an own goal. So I think that flexibility is really important. Flexibility both within the individual player. So Udogie's strengths overlapping for sure. If he's doing that well, or you've got a player that maybe negates the need to do that, then you build up his skill set in terms of, right, maybe we don't need that so much. Can we start to cross it a bit earlier? But equally, flexibility within your squad. If you've got a Semenyo and that maybe negates a bit of Udogie's attacking threat, all right, maybe we can just play Spence instead, where he's got a natural weakness going forward generally, I think, but especially on the left-hand side. But it gives you another option where you're not going to be as impotent going forward on the left. If you've got a Semenyo, it doesn't expose you as much if you're playing Spence. I'm a big Spence fan.
That I would 100% agree with, right? If you have a Semenyo, or if you have someone that can do more of those things than what we have, then the responsibility is less on the fullback. And if then you can make the argument that Jed Spence is your first choice starter most of the time. But at the moment, I think that Jed Spence should only really be playing as a left back away from home in very, very difficult games, but and at home against the likes of Liverpool, Arsenal, City, whatever. When you have those left-footed right wingers against you that want to cut in on their strong side, then you need Jed Spence, because Udogie can't handle that. But if you do play Jed Spence at left back, you are sacrificing your offensive output that you're not getting from a left winger like Odegaard or Tel or Richalison or whoever else, right?
But that's a balanced squad, though, Sean, isn't it? You've got decent players, and you choose your team according to what you need from that game. I think that's a really healthy place to be in. So I'm massively in favour of that. And arguably, we have that right now at left back, right? With Spence and Udogie, who give you slightly different things. But it is a problem when the people in front of them, whoever it is, are so far off the level that we really need our left back to be contributing to the attack, because the left wingers aren't doing it. And it's not particularly right now, certainly not Spence's strength. I think I could be one round on Udogie, but he just, and what was encouraging is I saw the training video from a couple of weeks ago where they were playing balls into him down the channel, and they were literally like, first time, get it over.
Oh, really? Well, that's good to see. I didn't see that.
I haven't seen it in the game yet. But again, looping right back round to where we were early on around the managers when they talk and you having understanding, having the same worldview of that they have when they're talking about the games they see. Just going back to that, seeing that in training really encourages me, because what I see is Udogie's brilliant. They're not training him in how to get to that position because he's great at it. They're training him in, you've got to get that ball over quicker, which he's not good at. So the fact that I can see that in training and go, yeah, I agree. I understand why we're working on that. That gives me confidence in the coaching team. Right?
Do you know who he should look at and learn from? Is this guy's terrible defensively, but the left back that West Ham have signed, that Diouf. I don't know if you noticed him in the game we played, but also just every game, the guy is unbelievably fast, unbelievably strong, and getting the ball forward because obviously West Ham play on the counter a little bit because they're under the cosh most of the time, so it might not necessarily be a transitional like a fix. I'm not suggesting we buy him or anything, but just looking at the way that he runs into the space and then just looks up and then just whips it in first time every time, and he's just got this unbelievable whip on him that puts the ball into the danger zone, around head height, around the penalty area, penalty spot. And he's terrifying with his ability to break. He's terrible defensively. Like, he's absolutely awful defensively. Can't defend in the pocket at all. But going forward, to your point of what you want from Destiny Udogie, as an offensive fullback like that Diouf guy is, he's exactly what you want, right? Sort of his ability to just put his foot through it and just repeat repetition, right? You get on the training ground and you hit the ball first time whilst it's moving, and you just got to learn how to plant your feet and then hit the ball in the right spot, and it should be able to be fairly replicatable. That's the word.
Yeah, my last point on Udogie is going to be a relatively positive one, I suppose, because I've been one of his chief critics. I do think our attacks break. If you really watch him, I think our attacks break down more often than not when he gets involved. However, critiquing my own view, I think when you have someone like Udogie who gets into great positions and then doesn't capitalise on them, it's very easy to land on the position, perhaps I have a bit unfairly, of he's no good. When actually what you're doing, you're not giving him due credit for actually what his strengths are, which is getting into that position in the first place. He's really, really good at it. And perhaps I'm a bit unfair and overly focusing, although the end product is ultimately what matters. But perhaps I'm not giving him enough credit, and it's very easy just to focus on what a player isn't good at without giving them due credit for what they are good at. So I've been won over a little bit by him this season, but to really get on the Udogie train, I just need to see a little bit more from him when he gets in those positions. Yeah, I'm not expecting him to rock up and start scoring 7 or 8 goals a season, but I just want to see. The starting point is when you get into those positions, just get the ball across. We'll worry about finding a Spurs player second. Just stop taking so long about it. Just get the ball across first.
No, so I hear you, mate. I hear you. But what is he, 22? 21,
yeah,
22? So he's a big specimen, isn't he? I hope he can stay relatively fit. I always wonder whether he's got a bit of that Reece James about him, where he's just a player of that sort of size and stature, that physical kind of body. When you're doing the sort of legwork, the kind of the end-to-end runs, whether or not you're going to have injury proneness, that's going to be a problem. You're smiling.
I'm smiling because I don't think there's many in Reece James's class in terms of fullbacks. I think that can drift into central positions and be perfectly comfortable.
Oh no, I didn't. So I didn't mean his standard. I just mean the physicality and the injury proneness is what I meant. That's all the only comparison I was making. Yeah, Reece James is one of the best in the world. Like for me,
I don't think he gets enough credit, mainly because he's not on the pitch enough. But he is the guy who, if your Ange formation, your Ange philosophy is ever going to work, you need fullbacks like Reece James. I think we don't like saying it because of any Chelsea player or Arsenal player, but
of course,
he's absolute quality, Reece James, for me.
The last couple of questions, mate. We've got sort of 5-10 minutes left. What's the we all know the priorities with regards to the solutions we need. We need a better 9. We need a better left winger. Arguably, we could do with a better 8, but that's problematic because of the crowded sort of spots at the back.
Yeah.
How are you set? I mean, Kota Takai, I don't think he made the. Let me look. Did he make the bench today? No, he didn't make. He's been in training for 10 days. He hasn't made the bench. Davies is back, so we've got Sarr, Spence, Johnson, Berghvall, Gray, Richalison, Danso, Kinsky. Like, it's still a decent bench, but there's no game changers on it. In terms of the defensive line, do you think that Tottenham have got enough with Kota Takai, Radu Dragusin? Their re-arrivals are going to be fairly imminent, hopefully, that we don't need another centre-back. If we can get through until sort of January when those guys are back, then that's not a priority. But in terms of the fullback situation, I've been increasingly on the argument that I actually think that Jed Spence isn't a right back. As much as he thinks he is, I think that his excellence is in the left back spot, defending one-on-ones against the talented right-footed or left-footed right midfielders, right wingers. And so I would look for a right back. I would look for someone that's a little bit more balanced as a right back option rather than getting a left back in and then repositioning Jed Spence onto the right back side. Because I've never seen Jed Spence really have a good game at right back, but I've seen him have plenty of good games at left back.
I completely agree on Jed Spence. And that is me judging based on what's happened rather than I'm not going to claim that when we signed him, I thought he was going to be a brilliant left back at all.
Yeah,
but,
sure.
But yeah, the evidence says he's had plenty of excellent games at left back. And I've never been that impressed by him when he's played right back, to be perfectly honest. So I'm on board with you. But my question to you would be, if you're saying, are our defensive options good enough? Good enough for what would be my question. So are we good enough to get through? I don't think it's a huge priority right now. So can we get through where we currently are? Yeah, fine. Do I think Danso and Dragusin, when he comes back, they're not world beaters? I don't think we have... I think Arsenal have gone and got some serious strength in depth.
Unbelievable depth.
I mean, all over the pitch, but certainly in defence. When they're signing players like Mascara, who's just not going to get in the team, basically, right? And so we're nowhere near that level. But I'm quite comfortable with it, to be honest, for now. I think they're decent players. Really interested to see how Dragusin looks under Thomas Frank as opposed to under Ange. It's boding really well for us as well at the moment. Fortunately, my desk here is wood, so I can lean all over my desk while I'm saying that Romero and Van der Ven don't seem to have the same injury issues at the moment, which makes sense, right? Because the high level recovery runs are not there as much. So look, I'm super comfortable with our defence. Ultimately, are they good enough in terms of closing the gap to your Liverpools and Cities? All right, we need better players and certainly a higher ceiling for our subs. But are they good enough for where we are right now? I've got no issue that there's so many more priorities, and you've called three of them out. I would even say, before I get too worried about the defence, I'd be looking at a better goalkeeper because I've never been a Vicario fan. It's well down the list for me of concerns, the defence. Even to the point of, by the way, I'm just going to say, super unpopular view in the Spurs community. I never understood the crap that Ben Davies gets. I agree, mate. 100%. Ben Davies is brilliant. He's a brilliant servant. I don't understand it. There's loads of reasons why I don't understand. I accept he's not your elite footballer, but as a fourth, fifth choice centre-back, I've got no issues with the guy.
Yeah.
He's perfectly... When has he ever caused any issues in the squad? He's a perfect professional. I don't even recall... And the chat now might give me about 50 examples. I don't even recall loads of times where I've gone, oh my God, what a disaster. I mean, I do remember, I think in Nuno's last game when United scored, he had a bit of a mare. But generally, I think he's the guy who comes in and gives you a 6.5, 7. He's not going to stand out, but he's not the guy who's probably making an absolute huge rick either. So I have no issue with him. I think he's perfectly good for squad.
I agree. 100% agree with you. 100%. Yeah, I mean, has he played a minute this season, though?
I don't think he has. But the disrespect the guy gets.
Oh, I know. Like, there's one person I love this man to pieces, right? Irish Hotspur, Dave. One of my greatest friends in the community. Love him to pieces. He has been calling out Ben Davies since almost before Conte. Since I joined the community, every time I get on a stream with him, he's always having some sort of dig at Ben Davies. And back I was like, mate, you're putting the Eric Dyer and Ben Davies, you're conflating the two. Like, your frustrations with Eric Dyer when Eric Dyer was having a crisis of confidence. it was like, these guys aren't good enough. I was like, no. Eric Dyer is having a crisis of confidence at the moment. But Ben Davies, you're putting them in the same bracket. You're conflating them. It's not the same thing. It's not a fair comparison. And Ben Davies, for me, I 100% agree with you. Like, he doesn't let you down. Like, yes, he hasn't got blistering speed. He's decent in the air. He's decent positionally. He's a good passer of the ball. And as long as he's not in your team every minute, if he needs to come in to cover an injury or someone who's tired or just whatever, he's absolutely fine. And he's good to have around the dressing room, right? He doesn't have a clique. Yeah. He's not someone that he's friends with everybody. You need people like that in the dressing room that bring the various little cliques together, you know?
And he's just got named in the leadership group. I've seen lots of criticism about that. And like, why is he? But hold on, the leadership group's not about how good a footballer you are, right?
Yeah.
The leadership group,
in the dressing room, right?
There is literally nobody better in our first team squad to act as an example for the younger pros coming through. And to say,
who was the leadership group, by the way? I didn't actually see the official list.
Maddison. So Romero obviously as captain. Van der Ven, Maddison, Davis. Was that it? I might be missing one.
Porro one of them?
Porro wasn't one. Bentancur wasn't one.
Oh.
I think maybe Vicario might have been in there. I don't recall whether Vicario was in there or not. I'm sure that the chat can just say.
Vic was in there as well. Something about Vicario. I don't think he's a leader when every time he makes a mistake, he gets up and screams at someone. Like, I would sit, if I was a defender, I'd go, shut up. It's your fault.
Yeah.
What are you having a go at me for?
Can I just say one thing as well on Eric Dyer, that as we mentioned him, again, I think the way that we revise history, sure, and I 100% agree with what you said. At the end, Eric Dyer was having disaster classes in some games. But the way we write him off now as just one of the useless, but hold on a minute. There were times and seasons he had for it, especially at Wembley, when he played as a sort of holding midfielder and then would drop back into the defensive line when we lost the ball. Eric Dyer was exceptional for us for a couple of seasons. I just hate the way, because of the way it ended, the way everyone just writes him off as a clueless idiot. The guy's
absolutely not, mate. Sorry, Bundesliga champion Eric Dyer, who kept.
Oh, you know he's scoring, mate. He's scoring against us for Monaco in a couple of weeks.
100% he is. 100%. You know, he'll do that as well, won't he?
And also another great professional. Apart from going into the crowd, that one, but there was good reason. I kind of
respect that as well, though. I kind of respect that. Like, they were going after his brother, right?
Absolutely.
You know,
Absolutely.
A little bit of family loyalty as well. I kind of respect that. So, listen, Chris. Last question for you, mate. Before I say thank you so much for coming, mate. Brilliant debut, buddy. I'd love to make this a regular thing with you. Score prediction today, mate, and who's scoring, if anyone?
Well, Dominic Calvert-Lewin is scoring. I'm going to tell you that much. No, I just don't want us to have a meltdown if we see a very similar performance to what we've seen. I think this is where we are. This is what we're going to see on a regular basis. Sure, we will have moments where we look more fluid and one of the more technical players steps up. I'm not expecting us to be amazing today. I'd love to think we could sneak a 2-1, but I really struggle to see where we're going to score apart from set pieces. So, in all honesty, mate, I would take a 1-1.
Yeah, I actually went for 2. This is going to be horrendous. I actually on the Spurs 5, I said 1-1, and then I text Tel afterwards and said, "Can you change that to 2-1 Leeds?" I'm going to be honest, because I just feel like 12:30 kickoffs we never do well. The game before international break we never do well. Against Leeds, we got a relatively decent record, but
Can we touch on that very quickly, Sean? Do you have a theory as to why we don't do well before international break? The obvious one would be that the players are not, but I can't really buy into that they're not focused and that over 2 or 3 years that they're worried about the international games. And that's just a Tottenham problem when other teams don't have. Why do you think it is that we're?
I honestly don't know, mate. I honestly don't know. Like, there's some part of me that think that at some point in the past, Tottenham have had some witch doctor cast a spell on us, because there's similar things all the time, right? Like, you look at the injury crises that we have. Players that come to us that have never had an injury suddenly get an injury, right? Kolo Muani is a perfect example, right? He's never been injured. Comes to us, he hasn't played, right, in 8-10 games or whatever. Obviously, you look at people like Manor Solomon, right? They have injury crisis, play a couple of games for us, break down, piss off to Leeds on loan. Absolutely fine. Yeah, Ryan Sessegnon on another one, right? But he probably played more minutes this season than he did in his entire 5 years at Tottenham. I genuinely think that there's some parts about Tottenham and the kind of track record that that just have voodoo, like some sort of like bad energy, and one of them I think surrounds pre-international games. I don't understand it. I can't think of the reason why.
I can't believe though. I know we obsess about these things as fans because frankly we have nothing better to do. I don't think that the players. I just don't believe that this is a thing that, in any sense, any of them think, "Oh, it's those games before the international break, therefore we know that they're more difficult for." I can't believe that that's in the players' heads at all.
I agree. I've got no idea what it is, though, mate. No idea, buddy. We'll figure it out at some point, I'm sure.
Mate, well, maybe it gets put to bed today.
Let's hope so, mate. Let's really hope so, buddy. I want to say a massive thank you for coming on, Chris. You're absolute sensation, mate. Go and enjoy your doggy day. Enjoy the game, and I'll speak to you soon. Okay.
That was doggy day, not dogging. Just in case anybody misheard.
Cheers, Chris. See you soon, mate. Take care, buddy. There you go, guys. That was Chris on the first debut on the show. What an absolute legend he is. We got to get the score. We're 2 minutes away. The players are coming out. Let me get my scoreboard up. Can I do it this way? Let's do it. Share the screen, Dave. Bang. But wait a minute. I haven't done it yet. Let's go to black and white. Leeds United. Does that work on the... Does it look good? Does it work there? Yeah, it does. It does. We're good, people. We're good. How's everybody doing anyway? How's everybody doing? Looking forward to this. What a guy Chris is, by the way. Absolutely love him. Met him via Sava. Finally got hold of his number, put him in the WhatsApp group, and now he's going to be a regular on the channel, hopefully. By the way, guys, I'm going to be introducing what I've done there. That's not it. Let's go back. I'm going to be introducing a Discord and maybe also a Telegram group. The only reason I don't put out the WhatsApp group to everybody is because obviously I don't want everybody having my telephone number. But I do want to have a situation where we can discuss things when I'm not online. Everybody, the members, will have a members server on Discord and all that stuff. So that's coming in the next week or so. So I hope you guys will all join us on that and be a part of the kind of off-stream chats. And looking forward to it. But we are about to get going. I'm going to turn my camera around a little bit. Let's get focused here. Let's get focused. What are we doing here, Butler? What are we doing here? Do I want to stand up and watch the game? Do I want to stand up and watch it? I kind of do, you know. Kind of feel like I do want to stand up. What do you think? Shall I stand up? Get a bit of energy inside me? In fact, whilst I've got 2 minutes, stay right there, guys. Don't go anywhere. I'm just going to go and get myself a refill so I don't have to leave the game. 1 sec. I'll be right back. About to start now. Okay. Let's get back into this. Shall I sort the thing out and do it standing up? Part of me wants to do it standing up. I feel like now I'm going to be... What are we doing there? How do I turn this volume up? 1 second. I need something. 1 second. Sorry, guys. All right, I'm back. Oh. Okie dokie. Hoo-wee. All right, guys, please smash the like button for me if you haven't already. Hit the subscribe if you haven't already. Xavi Simmons in the 10 today. Love to see it. Oh, turn that down. Let me know if you guys can hear the commentary. I hope you can't. You shouldn't be able to. Let me know. Get the mic a little closer. Is that better? Can you hear me now? Yeah, okay. Sounding muffled. Am I sounding muffled still? You sounding muffled? Is that okay? The audio's bad. What's going on? Hang about. Is it better now? Can you hear me? We're off. We're off. Work. There we go. There we go, people. Can you hear me okay, though? Is it better? Just put the mic closer. Better now. Okay. Better now. The audio sounds like I'm in the dunny. What's going on? All right, we're all good. We're all good, people. We're all good. Let's go, Tottenham. He's moved that score forward. Tottenham fans sound good. Tottenham fans sounding lovely. Can you hear them nice? Here we go. What are we doing here? Let's get my team selection up. Chance here for Dominic Calvert-Lewin. Not for Micky van der Ven. That's not a free kick. Oh, you're having a... No, it's not a free kick. Good. Good, 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 good. There we go. Ball gets whipped down the outside. Micky van der Ven doesn't get done by Dominic Calvert-Lewin. No, sir. No, sir. Let's go, people. Love a Tottenham Hotspur game. We love a game of football. Get on that, Kudu. Romero puts the ball forward. Micky van der Ven. Nice little header. Cushioned header out to Destiny Udogie, who looks for Odebear and does the overlap. Odebear finds Destiny Udogie. Tries to cross it in first time. He slips. That's what Chris was just talking about. Udogie just looking to whip the ball in first time. No thoughts. Love that. Chris observed that. Chris said he saw that in the training ground. That Udogie was practicing just whipping the ball in first time. We saw the first attempt at it, but he completely fluffed his lines. Let's go. Here's Polinia. Gets the ball down. Mohamed Kudus finds it back towards Micky van der Ven, who's getting hustled and bustled by Dominic Calvert-Lewin. Poor ball there from Udogie, and Odebear kicks it out. It's 0-0. It's 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, Woxy. And I'm about to have a slurp of cider, and it's game day. It's game day. That sounds good. Let's go. Drew, Sean would give his back teeth to be muffled. What are we doing here? Big up to you, Drew Zilla. Big up to you, sir. How are you, mate? How you doing, buddy? Let's go, Tottenham. Love Drewski. Yeah, sorry about not having Drewski around on the Friday nights. Friday night fun time on the Spurs Talk Show. Let's go. Polinia wins the ball. Does he not? No, he doesn't. Romero smashes it into... Leeds on the break here. Romero's just smashed it into someone. What's he done? Rid of it. Well done, Romero. He's claiming a goal kick. Okafor, that was. He smashed it into Okafor, who's come a bit more central. Interesting. Interesting. Corner kick to let me get rid of some of these tabs open. Thatcher's 1, Leeds 0. Here comes the corner kick. Windy, get rid of it. Chance! Oh, he's just smashed it into his own player. Who was that? Wowzers. That was Statch. Statch smashes the ball, volleyed it, and it hits Aronson squaring, and Pandu squaring the grid. Let's go, Tottenham. It looks windy down there. You can see the hats people are putting out, like taking their hats off. It's windy. Let's go then, Kudu. Kudu doing the press. No problem for Struck. Bentancur pushing up a little bit. Tottenham looking to do the press. Love to see it. More press than an orange peeler. Let's go. Win the ball back. The second ball's got to be better, though. Got to be better than that. We're not seeing any of the ball right now, people. Nada. None of it. First snow here. Jesus Christ. First snow here in Fairbanks. And it's a 3:30 a.m. kickoff. 3:30 a.m. I thought Fairbanks was on the east coast of Canada. Must be on the west coast, is it? Are you near Vancouver then? Aronson taking a man on there. Oh, Okafor, sorry. Okafor's a danger, by the way. Okafor's a big, strong danger. It's not that... He hasn't got the output, but he's certainly got the input. And what a haircut he's racking. Jesus Christ. He looks like Hellraiser. Seen that film, Hellraiser? He looks like Hellraiser, does Okafor. I'm calling him Oka5 with that hair. Another cross coming in here. 6 minutes. It's been all Leeds. Get that defensive line organised. Good whip in. Vicario all over the place. Vicario's all over the place, mate. All over the place, and it rattles the bar. Jesus Christ. Chance for Leeds. Oh, Vicario's all over. Stop apologising to everyone, Vicario. Stop worrying about how people perceive you, mate. Just focus on your fucking game. What's he done there? He's come out for it, got nowhere near it. It's hit the back post from Joe Roden, ex-Tottenham player, has got his head on the ball, and he smashed it into the stanchion, and Vicario was all over the place. Absolute mess. That man is fucking useless. Closer to Russia than Vancouver. Oh, okay. Oh, so you're right up in the northwest. Okay. Top of the Oh, fuck it. What am I doing here? Because Fairbanks is Alaska, isn't it? Not Canada. Sorry, mate. I'm being a donut. Being a donut. Absolute donut. Closer to Russia than... Are there people in Alaska that speak Russian, by the way? If you happen to be right on the peninsula where the straits are, do people speak Russian there because they have to like nip across the other side to get some toilet paper or whatever during COVID? Let me know how that works. Shocking geography. Shocking. For some reason, I thought that Fairbanks was in Canada, but it's not, is it? It's Alaska. Sorry. It is weird, though, right? Like, in all fairness, like Alaska should be Canadian kind of territory. It's very strange. But yeah, I do want to know. Let me know, Alaskan Spurs. Let me know if there's people that are on the other side of the water, that or the nearest side of the water to Russia, that speak Russian, just in case they need to nip across and get some groceries that are cheaper. Let's go. And also, do you have to have like a passport to get? I guess you would, right? So I guess you can't just like nip across the water to go and get some eggs if your local grocery stores run out. How's that work? Alaska is top bins. You get Siberian Eskimos in Russia. I don't know if Vic can see far away, lol. His reaction saves are so good, but what is he doing? Yeah, maybe he needs an eye test. Get down the opticians, Vic. Getting down the opticians, lad. Let's go. Let's go, Dest. Kudus does well. Looks inside. Here's Xavi. Odegaard does well there to connect with Xavi, by the way. Nice. Porro looking for some support. Kudus is nowhere to be found. He's central right now. All over the place. A bit like Alaska. Oh, it's a nice ball, though, from Romero. Best passing centre-back in the game. Here's Kudus. Kudus is running real central. Love that. All our players have gone central. We've gone real... Look at Odegaard, Xavi, Kudus. They're all in the D. They're all in the D. Odegaard's out on the right-hand side. What are we doing here? Chance for Polinia over the bar. Interesting football, though. Interesting football. There's nothing on the Russian side. But there's a couple of brasses, mate. There must be a couple of brasses. There's always a couple of brasses somewhere. Yeah, Russian descendants have enclaves throughout the state. Oh, there you go. Interesting. Interesting. Just see if you can get some Alaskan vodka. I'm just trying to figure out this. My initial takes here is that Kudus and Odegaard have both got 3 roles almost. Yeah, Vicario's a nightmare. Vicario's having an absolute crisis of confidence. What is going on with this guy? Put it over the top. Oh, it's a nice ball over the top. Oh, it's just too close to the box. I'm 10 seconds behind live. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm streaming it, mate, so I can't do much about that. Streaming it on Discovery, TNT, but via the computer, so. Tottenham fans in full voice, though. Love to see that. Early doors, they must have been getting up there and going, that's a good chance. Here we go, Kudus. Kudus is through here. Oh, Kudus, you got to whip it first time, mate. Well defended, though, by Goodmanson. Well defended. Picks him off. And here's Ampadu. Oh, well done, Romero. Well done. And he drifts forward as well now. We're playing we're free balling. There's no positions here. We're just playing everyone. Ball comes in. It's a great cross. Chance there for Mathys Tel. Doesn't fall to him. Oh, it's a pinball. It's a game of pinball. Look at Romero. Try and hook up with the sync, guys. 12:20, 12:21. I feel like we haven't really got much structure. I feel like at the moment, it's when we don't have the ball, we reallocate our positions. When we do have the ball, Odegaard is free to drift wherever he wants. Kudus is free to drift wherever he wants. And the width is coming from the fullbacks, which is interesting. Okafor puts the ball forward. Goes out into touch. Daniel Farke needs a haircut. He's too old for that long bollocks. Too old for it. Looks like he's wearing a curtain. Some drapes. 'Cause I'm free. Free balling. Yeah, I'm free. I'm free balling. Bum, bum, bum. Scrappy game expected. Mucker's game, says Robin. Good to see you, mate. Drewzilla, he's speaking my language. Let's go now, Kudus. Oh, he's done well there. Ref! That's got to be a yellow card. But it's gone to Odegaard. Oh, he cuts back inside. Well done, Mohamed Kudus. Joe Roden does well, though. Joe Roden does very well. Kudus on fire. Kudus on fire. Your defense is terrified. Kudus on fire. Na, 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 na. Let's win that. Well done. Romero's on it as well, as is Benton Core. Look at the boys. We're up for this one today. It's just a bit scrappy-to-do. Scrappy-do. Let me at him. Let me at him. Let's go, Destiny. Nice. Go on, then. Oh, well done. Let's go, Kudus. That was good from Odebear. Oh, it's nice football. Nice little connections. Oh, it's nice football from Simmons. Here's Destiny. Whip it in, son. Oh, he's had a shot. Instead, it goes parried away by the keeper. Good chance. Polinia. Shot. Blocked. This is good from Tottenham. Really nice football there. Really nice connection from Odebear, Tel, Simmons. And in the end, it falls it out to Destiny Udogie, who has a crack. Look at that from Xavi Simmons. Just creates a little bit of space and then whips it through. Very nice. And in the end, he bangs it straight into the chest of the keeper. He did look up, though. He did look up. People are wondering, does he look up? He does look up. Let's go. Scrappy doot, 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 scrappy doot. The irony being old people typically have long bollocks. I'm not sure it's long bollocks. It's just saggy skin, isn't it? You know? Gravity's taken its toll. I wonder if, like, oh, we go. Look at, here we go. Xavi Simmons doing his thing. He's having, it's offside, is it? Must be offside. Yeah, well offside. Xavi Simmons is looking better today. He's bright for sure. I wonder, right, whether or not, if you were a man who spent your 30s, 40s, and 50s and 60s wearing briefs, would you have, on average, less dangly bollocks than a man who's been wearing boxer shorts his whole life and sort of free balling and letting it hang? Just wonder. Let me know your thoughts on a postcard. Saggysack.com. That might be a name of a brand, right? NoSaggySack.com. Just a pair of underwear that's got like a little pouch that just supports your bollocks so that you can get into your 60s and still, still see distances between your kneecaps and your balls. Same as bra for boobs, 100%. Cross comes in from Aronson. Well out from Romero. Longstaff. Well done, Polinia. Absolute monster. Monster in the 6. Look at the way he tracks as well. Nothing flashy about him. Corner kick. Pedro Porro sticks it out for a corner kick. The ball bra. Yeah, ball bra. We're going to start a new business here, guys. Start a new business. What are we saying here? Some money to be made. Let me have a look. There's something brewing today, geek. What, are you talking about the football or are you talking about a business idea? NoSaggySack.com. Cross comes in. Look at the bow. Look at the corner flag. The corner flag is like bent over from the wind. I think it's from the wind. Long throw comes in. Dangerous. Oh, Jesus, that long throw. Actually, it's weird. The corner flag is sort of leaning, but there's the flag isn't, the flag part of it isn't really waving. Let's go, Xavi. He's up for this today. Xavi is. This is his best performance so far, and it's only been 18 minutes. Runs out of options. He pulls it back to Destiny. Looks inside. Here's Polinia. Nice pass across to Rombom. The nut hammock. That's what we're talking about. 100%. The brand names just keep going. Fiona's in the house. You don't know our pain, Fiona. You don't know our pain. We're all getting older here. We're all getting older. The average age of the listeners on this channel is about 50. When we look in the mirror in the shower, we go, oh, Jesus. What happened to me? Let's go. Nice ball to Xavi. Oh, Xavi's doing well. He's driving forward, looking for a pen. He falls over, loses balance, doesn't claim for anything. Is Udogie going back? Udogie's changed his haircut, hasn't he? He's gone to like locks, long locks. Go on, Mathys. Mathys Tel hasn't had a touch yet, has he? He's had like 3 touches of the ball. Decent game so far, though. Bit of end-to-end stuff. Ball locks for your ball locks. Brazilian ball lift. We are always talking bollocks on this channel, Dan Bowers, 100%. I like feeling young at 35. Well done, Matthew. Well done, you lucky little git. Once you get 40, it's all downhill, mate. It's all downhill. Ooh. Free kick. Nasty challenge there. Could be a yellow card, but he's got away with it. That could easily be a yellow card, to be honest. Oh, it is a yellow card. There you go. Yeah. Sloppy. Early in the game. So 1 chance each. Darlow, good save from Udogie. And then the hit the post when Vicario went missing. Well done, Bentancur. And he's put through. Is Kudos. Put through Kudos. Chance to Kudos. Oh, Mathys Tel. Oh, my God. Hey! Mathys Tel. My Tel. Mathys Tel. That's what I'm talking about, my man. What a goal. Come on. I thought it was Kudos. My Mathys Tel. Finally, Tel has landed. Come on now. That's where you need him. In the inside forward role. Look at him go inside, jukes, bang. Takes a little deflection and it whips it top bins. What a goal that is. I'm coming after them all. I'm coming after them all. I'm coming after them all. Let's go. It's his 3rd touch of the game. You did say it, Darren. You did say it, mate. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. I'm coming after you, Breaker. Don't you worry about that, mate. Monday night, pal. Monday night on the Spurs 5. Woo! That's what I'm talking about, my man. Let's go. Stick a hat trick in. Stick a hat trick in. Shut them all up, mate. Shut them all up. Get your confidence up, bro. That's going to do wonders for his confidence. That is going to do wonders for his confidence. You did say this, Spurs GC TV. Graham, you did say it. You did say it. You did say it, mate. 20-1. And you know what? Chris was in the middle of a sentence and I was thinking about getting my Bet365 up and having a cheeky fiver. But I didn't. Because I didn't really have the confidence. But we're done. We've done it, Mathys Tel. This is what we need. Give him a run of games in the team. Oh, go on. No, it's too much work to do there. I hope he gets some confidence from that as well, my man, Lukey. I hope he gets some confidence from that as well. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. We're just winding people up. Chance for Leeds. Chance for Leeds. Blows playing over. It's Calvert-Lewin. You know what's going to happen when Calvert-Lewin gets the ball. There's not really a problem there. Bentancur and Van der Ven having a crack at each other, though. Ooh, what was that about? Bentancur and Van der Ven having a little argument there. They shoved each other. What's that about? Dominic Calvert-Lewin. He ain't it. He ain't it. Let's go. Let's go, Odebear. Well played. Well played. Well played, Wilson. Oh, what a ball that is. What a ball that is from Odebear as well. Have a crack. Kudos. Oh, he did it over. Oh, there's a chance to go 2-0. Oh, I haven't changed the scoreboard. Sorry. Sorry, everybody. Oh, how did he miss that? But what a ball that was from Odebear, by the way. What a play that was from Odebear. Oh, kudos, you needed that one, mate. I'll tell you what, though, I'm loving the way Tottenham are playing right now. Loving the way Tottenham are playing. We're compact. Vicario is a mess at the back, but we're compact. Bentancur's having a good game. Polinia's rock solid. I'm enjoying this. Down our left-hand side, we look busy. Well done, Micky van der Ven as well. Come on, Tottenham. We love this. We love this. Udogie's run was fantastic, Breaker. Yeah, it was, yeah. But let's not, like the way Odebear held his man off, put his hand out, gave him a little palm off, then looked up and then found a delicious ball. Odebear and Mathys Tel and Xavi Simons all having a really good game. A really good game here. And the midfield is better. The midfield, Bentancur's making things. Bentancur's doing the defensive work alongside Polinia. It's like a flat two at the back. And then you've got Xavi Simons just doing his thing at the top. It's a 4-2-3-1 without any shadow of a doubt. And we'd love to see it with Odebear getting forward and Udogie supporting on the left-hand side. This is the best I've seen Tottenham playing with the ball. Best first half an hour that Tottenham have put in this season. This is what we're talking about. I'm excited now. I'm excited. And I'm not having any of this. It's Leeds away. None of that bollocks. Leeds are a decent outfit. They got 2 clean sheets from their first 2 games at home. But they've had their chances as well. It's a good game of football. It's open. Careful there, Mathys. Careful there, Mathys. I like that. I like this. Out he goes. Well done, Pedro Porro. Well done, Ped. Calvert-Lewin's injured. He's a good-looking bloke, though, isn't he? But no matter how shit he is at football, he's a really good-looking geezer. Enough to make a turn. Enough to make a man think about his life decisions. And this is against the wind, Darren. Against the wind. You're right, mate. You're right. You're right, buddy. See it out now. Well, let's go and get a second. And then let's have some fun in the second half. Let's go and smash these motherfuckers 7-0. Let's do it. Let's go, Micky. Look at that. Look at Xavi Simons in so much space. And look at Udogie belting forward. I always love to see. Move it nicely inside. Oh, it's just in front of Xavi. It's just in front. from Udogie. Not a problem, though. It's so positive. It's so positive. Loving this stuff. Loving this. Did I want Paulinho and Bentancur to start together? Today, I said I didn't mind it. I didn't mind the team today. I was quite happy with it. I don't personally generally like Bentancur playing with Paulinho because it slows the creativity down, but that hasn't been the problem today. It hasn't been a problem today. Bentancur's had a good game, but he's inconsistent, isn't he? When he wants to play, he's on. That's nice. Driven low into Kudos. Finds it out to the feet of Pedro Porro. Tottenham are playing so much more narrow with our wingers. Cross comes in. Chance for Mathys Tel. Oh, it's an over the bar. Oh, it's just fallen to Udogie. He's appealing for something. We'll have a look, see what happens. What a ball that is from Kudos. Oh, he's just got his foot on it. Oh, hang on. Let's look at that for a pen. There's a kick in there. Let's have a look at that, please. We've seen lots of them given in the midweek in European football. He got his foot to the ball first, and the defender kicked the bottom of his foot. We've won the ball back again, though. Here's Kudos. Looks inside, looks outside towards Bentancur. He finds it. Let's go, Bents. Bents gives the ball away. And someone's down injured. Is that Kudos? Yeah, Kudos is down. No, that's Tel's down injured. Here comes Statch. Oh, you're giving that one, are you? Oh, fuck off, mate. Mathys Tel's down injured, as is Longstaff. What are we doing here? What are we doing here, people? Smash the like button for me. Smash the subscribe. Hit the notification bell. Different rules. There shouldn't be. The rules should be exactly the same. I want to see what we're doing here. Paulinho didn't foul him there. He just twisted himself. What happened to Mathys Tel there? Oh, Mathys Tel's just bodied out of the way. I'm so happy. So happy for Mathys Tel. All you pricks can get off his back now a little bit, yeah? Get off his back. It's part of us. This is by far the best performance I've seen from Tottenham. Richarlison's warming up. Is Mathys Tel really injured from that, is he? I hope not. I hope not. I want to see him get a hattie. I want to see him get a hattie. Sean, tell your mate Sabah to get off Tel and Odom. Oh, I'll be coming for him. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Monday night, they're all getting it. They are all getting it. Better first half than Man City, Sean. Oh, maybe not. No, the Man City away was probably brilliant as well. It's the first good performance in a while, though. I'll say it that way. Because we haven't played very well in the last 7 or 8 games, have we? Rid of it! The game's still young, though. The game is still young. Well done, Micky van der Ven. And nicely hooked clear by Mathys Tel. No, by Udogie. Is Mathys Tel back on the pitch yet? No, he's not. I like the fluidity of our team today. I like the fact that we're coming more narrow. Like with Udogie has got seems to have a free role that leans left but can go wherever he wants. Kudos is more central. We're giving a lot more space to our fullbacks to get forward. A lot more responsibility on Pedro Porro to get forward. Rid of it! Rid of it! Oh, what a save! Oh, 1-0. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1. To be fair, it was a good save from Vicario in the end, but he parried it back out and there was no one there to defend. That's so annoying. Let's look at that again. Okafor. Oka 5 with that haircut. Hellraiser. Yeah, this game's got plenty to go. It's a lovely ball in. First touch. It's taken a deflection off of Van der Ven. So it's actually a good save from Vicario, considering it's taken a deflection off of Van der Ven's foot. He saved it well. There's a ball on the pitch. There's another ball on the pitch, though. Can that be called off because there's a ball on the pitch? Oh, it's a balloon. It's a fucking balloon. It's actually a really good save from Vicario. I can't complain on that one. He got no chance. No, it wasn't a ball. It was a balloon. Yeah, look. I think it's a fair game. 1-1. Both teams have been good. Both teams are playing good football. Cracking game of football for an early Saturday kickoff. We like to see it. And I'm already on my third cider. What's wrong with me? Someone call for help. And when I say call for help, I mean get me a delivery man around because I need some more. Yeah, I'm in. Chow Min. Let's do it. 1-1. Game on. Here come Leeds again. Here's Bogle. Bogle's on the bugle. What are we doing here? Like for the cider, bro. Hit the like button if you don't mind me drinking at lunchtime on a Saturday. Hit the like button if you don't like me drinking. I don't care. Just smash the like button. Here's Okafor again. He's a dangerous player. Dangerous player. And Kudos. Kudos goes after Okafor. I don't know how that's not a free kick and the other one earlier was. That's a free kick for sure. I don't know how he's not got away with that one. G&T is better than cider, Ulrika. Well, you know that company, Buy Me a Coffee? It's like a super chat thing for content creators or whatever. I might set up my own one saying, buy me a cider. Chance for Leeds. Chance for Leeds. They smashed it over the bar. Longstaff. We've got to manage this out now. 7 minutes to go until half time. Leeds have got their wind up, their tail up. Cracking game, cracking atmosphere, by the way. Great atmosphere. You can't hear anything, can you, by the way? You can't hear, because I'm listening to some commentary. You can't hear it, right? Let me know. Buy me a G&T? Yeah. Here comes Okafor again. Cross comes into the danger zone. Oh, fucking hell. Calvert-Lewin there, unmarked, just over his head. The Leeds fans are up for it. They're up for it. So you have to mix your G&T. I don't know if Sean has time for that. You know what? I buy those. I buy those ones that are the cans that are pre-mixed. I like that from Romero. Slowing things down a little bit. Slowing things down a little bit. And Padu's having a bit of an argy-bargy with the Tottenham fans. Love that. Long ball. It's another long one. Where were these long balls last season, by the way? Why is everyone doing long balls this season? Someone explain that to me. Slam a shot for Sean. Let's do it. Come on, Chavy. Get that ball. Win that ball, boss. Oh, come on now, mate. You're giving up. Don't fucking put your hands in the air. Let's get back on the game. Positions. Structure. Discipline. Progress. What a good first half. Absolutely drifted by in no time at all. 1-1, fair score, I think. But you're right. Whoever said it, we've got the wind in our favour next half. Unless God decides to change direction. You know? Oh, that's a good. How's that not a free kick? How have we not given away a free kick there? But we get the chance to break. Get the chance to break. Red! The ref's letting everything go. Jesus Christ. Polinia's just broken someone's leg almost. Polinia's just absolutely gone through someone. The ball's gone out there. This game is spicy. This game is spicy. Polinia gets the yellow card after the fact. Fucking hell. Polinia. He's got the ball as well, though, ref. That's a miss. He's got the ball. He's got the ball. The ref's been influenced there. The ref's been influenced on that one by the crowd. Yeah, Polini is basically saying to the Leeds bench there, "Your chatting has got me booked," because he got the ball. To me, it looked like he got the ball. But what torpedo, Polino? Torpedo. Mathys Tel chests the ball and gives it away. Get back there, Benton Court. Well done. Tell you what, this game is getting out of control. Tottenham players need to calm down. Tottenham players need to calm down a little bit. He's not going to get another yellow card there, is he? Tottenham players need to calm down. Calmer, people, calmer. Oh, he's barely done anything. He's just pushed him. We're getting wound up here. We're getting wound up. Oh, don't get me wrong. I like the fight. I like the tenacity, but it comes at a cost. We've got a couple of yellow cards in dangerous positions now. Kudus has got a yellow card. You can't have him. We can't get him sent off. Can't get him sent off. Polini on a yellow card. Benton Core, if he fouls again, will be on a yellow card. There's definitely goals in this game in the second half for sure. I don't blame Polini for that shot. I thought he did a good save actually because it took a deflection. Ref! Free kick. Fortunate one, maybe. This game is getting out of control. This is Battle of the Bridge type stuff. Battle at the Ellen Road. The TNT commentators are giving everything to Leeds, by the way. They want Leeds to beat us today. Well done, Kudos. He rides a challenge. Ref! Come on now. He's taking him out, ref. Yeah, this commentator needs to shut his fucking mouth, if I'm honest. How is that not a fucking yellow card? Oh, well, yeah, the commentators I'm listening to go, yeah, that's just, stopping the progress. Do me a favour. Who are these two donuts? Who are these donuts that are talking? What are we doing here? Pedro Porro special inbound, says Geeky Jinxie. Love that. Let's go, Pedro. Let's go, Pedro. Smash it in there. Use the wind. Micky van der Ven. Sticking one in. Or Polina. Polina is going to take his shirt off and get yellow carded. Here's Xavi Simons on the left. Got two men on him. What can he do? Pushes it back to Polina. Looks for a bit more space. Now he's got one man. He takes him on. Drifts inside nicely. Bentancur waiting as a crack. Miles over. They're all angry. They're all pissed off right now. Fair game, though. 1-1. I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it. I hope you are too. Smash that granny, guys. Smash that granny. Get the ball there. That's it. That's it. Free kick, throw into Tottenham. Could also been very good. Let's go, Tottenham. He's on a bear. Oh, nice. Oh, well done. Well done, Destiny. Cross comes in, chance! Oh, hit the bar! Hit the bar! Mathys Tel. Sava's currently trying to tell me that Odebear's been shit. Agendas have to agend. Agendas have to agend. Madness. Hang on, Jack, you don't have to agree with Sava every time. It's good banter, people. It's good banter. Odebear has been very, very, very good in my opinion. He's been one of the better players on our pitch down the left-hand side. It's the best attacking performance we put in when we've got the ball, but it's a very interesting open game of football. But the negative people in the fan base are going to continue to agenda their agendas. That's how it works. Difficult for them to have a crack at Mathys Tel after he's hit the bar and scored a worldie, but they're still going to go after Odebear, even though Odebear's been arguably the best player in Tottenham's offence, in my opinion. Laughable stuff. Udogie's been very good as well, yeah. If you're saying he's been... I can't do that. I can't do the WhatsApp and the watchalong and also the watching the game. I can't do it all. Let's minus it. Let's get back into the game. How long we got? One more chance for Tottenham. Here's Destiny Udogie. He's Odebear. Puts the ball, gets cut out. It's okay though. Let's go. Micky van der Ven. To Benson Core. That's going to be it, I think. One more chance, perhaps. Here's Odebear. Nope, that's it. 1-1 at half time. 1-1 at half time. Good half, in my opinion, as well. Geek Jeeks, good half. It's been a good half. Like to see that. We like to see it. We like to see it. Sorry about that. Just had to clarify a couple of bits to people that are just agenda to go, gen people. Let's go. Come on, Leeds. TXX Shooter. Last week you were Brighton fan. TX Shooter's back in the house. Just comes in to say a little bit of negativity on our team. That's okay. We don't mind. We don't mind at all. Welcome to the stream. We accept all donuts in this house. We accept all donuts. You know, Krispy Kremes galore. 1-1 at half time, guys. Let's figure out what's going on, shall we? Let me take this thing off for a minute. Let's go. How are we doing with the why is my screen looking like that? Weird. Let's have a look see at the Sofa Score highlight, shall we, guys? 1-1. I think Tottenham have been very good, but unfortunately, at the moment, we sit 4th in the league, having played 7. And if it stays like this, and Palace win, Sunderland win, City win, you know, we can end up at the end of the weekend in 7th spot, which again just shows you how tight this league is right now. Let's have a little look-see though at the. Let me get this up on the screen. How do I do this? I go to this, and then I go to this, and I share this tab instead. And then when we're cooking, here's the current table as it stands, guys. We're in 7th place, 3-3-1. We need to get a win today if we can, and I think we can do it. But honestly, it's a tight game. It's a tough game. Let's have a look at the stats, shall we? Wilson Odebear 6.5, Mathys Tel 7.5, Xavi Simons 6.3, Kuda 6.7, a lot of sixes galore. Mainly Leeds though. Look, mainly Leeds with the possession. If you look at the momentumometer, you can make the argument that it's been Leeds for the most part, but Tottenham Hotspur have made use of their moments. But yeah, it's been mainly Leeds. So certainly we don't deserve to be in the lead. That's for sure. Let's have a little look-see at the overall statistics of the game. Leeds have got an expected goal of 1.26. I think that was largely because of the header. They hit the bar from Joe Rodon in the first half. Tottenham 0.39. Just goes to show you we hit the bar as well from Mathys Tel. And he's obviously rocketed one top bins. So although it did take a deflection. So Mathys Tel massively outperforming the XG of the overall team. Big chances, 2 and 1 for Tottenham. 8 shots versus 6. Goalkeeper saves only 1. And then passes relatively even. It's a very, very spicy game, isn't it? 13 tackles, 7 to Spurs, 6 versus 4. I'm enjoying the game. I really am enjoying the game. Is it on the screen though? Yeah, it's on the stats on the screen. Sava wants Odebear sold. Yeah, I know he does. Sava's got agendas though. You know, he doesn't want to give credit to people that he's been knocking for a long time. So it's okay. It is what it is. Who's the DKVBTL? I don't know what that means. So you're from the Martin O'Neill school of thought that XG is rubbish, doesn't mean anything. Well, it gives you an indication, doesn't it, of the quality of your chances. Donut, you're the only donut. Fair enough. TX Shooter is a massive donut, says Luke Jarvis. Everyone's donuts. Donuts galore. We're all donuts. Shut up, you muppet. Oh, not being very nice, TX Shooter. Not being very nice, my man. It's all a bit of banter, bro. It's just banter, pal. It's just banter. You're coming into a Tottenham chat rooting for the other team. You're going to get banter, you donut. That's what happens. That's what happens. Let's have a little look-see at the halftime stats of the players, shall we? I want to see Mathys Tel. How many touches did he have? He's had 10 touches. He's hit the woodwork once. He's scored a goal. Shots on target, shots off target. Shots off target is hitting the woodwork. Shots on target is hitting the back of the net. Not a bad output. Expected goals 0.12. That's a tail of the tape. That's a tail of the tape. Chow Min. Aerial duels 1 from 3. Hasn't done a lot. Apart from that. Why is Xavi Simons being written down? Let's have a look-see. Look at that for a heat map. All over the fucking place. And this just goes to show you that to me, Tottenham's setup today has been very much around like just sort of free rolls, free balling. I'm free balling. Bam, bam, bam. Yeah, I'm free. Xavi Simons has done aerial duels 0 from 2, ground duels 1 from 4, dribble attempts successful 1 from 2, no shots Accurate passes, 92%, 12 from 13. Yeah, not to speak on there. Wilson Odebear. Look at Odebear's touch map. That's what I'm saying, mate. There's absolutely, it's all over the place. All over the place. In the first 20 minutes, see, we were given like freedom, license to roam. This is all on the screen, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Yeah, cool. What's he done? Ground duels. He hasn't won any. Dribble attempts, 0 from 1. Possession lost 7 times. Clearances 1. Crosses 1 from 2. Long balls 1 from 1. Accurate passes 9 out of 10. The stats don't reflect his performance, mate. That when he came back and was holding the playoff and then whipped Destiny Udogie down the left-hand side, absolutely insane. Destiny Udogie didn't make anything from it. Those sorts of things are not going to be reflected in any kind of score from SofaScore. But it's about, like, you have to watch the game to see the impact of those sorts of moments. Let me just see what we're showing the highlights. But let me put this back on for a second. Destiny Udogie, been very much down the left-hand side. Yeah, there's no stats on it. It's all 0-0. It's all bollocks. Forget that. Not interested in that. Let's get back to the actual game. Back to the overall show. What are we saying here? Thanks, mods. What's happened? Has he been blocked? Have you kicked him out of you? Shame. I thought he was a good guy before. But if he's being a donut, he's being a donut. Look at see Vicario's first thought when that ball goes in, right? He makes that save. And his first thought after it goes in, he's nowhere near the follow-up, which is not his fault. And his first thought is to go after that ball or whatever it was, the balloon that looks like a football. Who was it that was nowhere near? I think that was Wilson Odebear. There was nowhere near the deflection. A bit slow on that one, to be honest. Why are you spamming? Why are you spamming, mate? I'm gonna put you in timeout, bro. Don't be a donut. Don't be a donut. Make you a mod. I can't make you a mod from the live stream, mate. I can make you a mod from the WhatsApp group, and I'll do it afterwards. Don't worry. Is there a mod in the house? There must be a mod in the house, right? Maybe there's not. Are all my mods out watching the game somewhere else? Have I got this little mod? There you go. There you go. Druzilla's the mod. Druzilla's in charge. I have to make someone else. I'm going to make a couple of you lot because you lot are actually loyal people. What am I doing there? Let's see what's going on at half time. I'll do it in a minute. So, Drew's in the house, yeah. Yeah, listen, I thought for me, let's go through the first. I mean, Pedro Porro didn't do too much. I don't think Pedro Porro's had too much of a great game. He's done okay defensively down the backhand side, but he hasn't been particularly sensational. At the back, Van der Ven and Romero been fairly solid. But look, most of the time the ball has come down our right-hand side. Okafor's had a fairly good half, right? And that's against Pedro Porro. Obviously, he scores the goal as well. But I think that it's nasty deflection, really. So that's okay, El Dante. No worries, mate. No worries, buddy. It's only Bentancur and Polina in the middle. They are getting overrun. I think Polina and Bentancur have had a decent game with the ball at their feet, but the ball's been in transition so much because of the wind. It's weird. I don't have too many criticisms here. I don't think the performance has been too bad, even though it's been mainly Leeds. They've had a lot of momentum. I'll tell you what, the game is really spicy though. And unfortunately, Polina being on a yellow card when he shouldn't have been, and then also losing his head a little bit, getting angry with the Leeds bench, who of course are going to do what they do. That's a little bit silly. If you take him off because you don't want to get him red carded, you don't want to lose him for the next home game. Who's Tottenham's next game against? I think it's Tottenham's next home game is Villa, isn't it? Villa at home, and so you're going to need Polina for that. So maybe you need to make a couple of changes with regards, some substitutions for the purposes of. I'm trying to who's on the bench. So look, what we got on the bench again? Who could you bring on? So you could bring on Sarr, Berghvall. You could bring on Archie Gray in the 6. You could bring on one of those other two and put put Bentancur in the 6, but I don't like that because I don't think he works well in the rest defense, and that's the problem. If you're going to play transitional football like we're doing, like today's game is very transitional, right? Everything's counter-attacking stuff. Then it's end to end. Then unfortunately, you're going to need someone who can sit there and be tight on their main danger man. Who obviously, Ampadu's having a really good game or a fairly decent game. But Longstaff has been fairly impactful, and so has that Statch as well. So you need to be able to sort of dial in somebody there who's going to protect that back line. Okafor's having a bit of a free run against Pedro Porro at times. So it's going to be interesting second half. Like, it's weird. I feel like Tottenham have had nothing like any part of the momentum, but I don't think we played badly. And when we've had the ball, I think we've been okay. What are we saying in the chat? Let's have a look at the chat. Can you live stream Saba live stream so we can give him shit about Tel and Odebear? No. He's got enough people watching him. I've been saying for ages, Tel has something about him. You don't score the goals he has for Bayern and France in the 21 if you're rubbish. Vicario needs to be dropped. Enough is enough now, says brother Musa. Yeah, look, I think you might be right there, mate. I think you might be right. But I don't think he was at fault for that goal. I think he made actually a good save because the ball was shot from deep. But we're giving away too much space on the edge of the area. We're sitting a little bit too deep defensively once again and inviting that sort of thing. But listen, the wind has been against us. And so now, hopefully, the second half, we're going to have more possession. Hopefully, we're going to have more momentum. And hopefully, that's going to be the difference. And we can get through to half-time 1-1. And now we go into the second half with the wind in our favour. And hopefully, those sorts of things are going to make it a little bit easier for us to get on the ball. I just hope that we can stay on side. But yeah, look, this notion that that some of these players have been dog shit, like I'm seeing on in the WhatsApp groups that I'm looking at, is horrendous. It's horrendous. Look at that. So Saba's saying, I said you've got your agendas. I've got our agenda. He's like, there's no agenda. I just don't rate him. Well, that in and of itself is an agenda. If you can't distance yourself from the fact that you don't rate him and observe that he's had a good game, then that's crazy. That's crazy to me. Let's have a look. What's going on there? One second, guys. No. Hang on 1 second. Anyway, I'm having a row with Sava on the in the WhatsApp. Yeah, the wind's going to change direction. I haven't gone. Sorry, the wind's going to change direction. It's all good, mate. It's all good. Stamp your donut. And when I say donut, it's all a bit of fun. It's all a bit of fun. It's all good. It's all good. How are we doing? Been working? We're doing. Well, listen. It's been mainly Leeds, mate. It's been mainly Leeds, Marshall, with the ball. But they've had most of the momentum. But when we've broken, I think we've actually looked pretty good. But it's been an end-to-end game. I've enjoyed it. I think it's been a really good game of football. To go 1-0 up, Mathys, like the players that we were looking for more from, I think have delivered it. I think Odebear was very good on the left-hand side in that game, connecting the dots, doing what he's doing. He doesn't take players on like everyone seems to want to do, but there's a consequence to having like Udogie behind him. Udogie wants to get forward, and Odebear does that threading. He does that. He does the connecting. Kudus doesn't do that. Kudus gets the ball and then takes the player on. But if you want your fullback to be involved in the game and overlap, then you need a winger who's going to allow that to happen and to bring him into the game. So it's a yin and a yang. You need to have balance, and you need to have some sort of like you couldn't have Udogie and doing what he wants to do and a Kudus in front of him. It just wouldn't work, in my opinion. So anyway, we're going to see what's going on right now. Second half is about to start. Let me get my how do I get my right page back up? Is that it? No? Why is my... 1 second, guys. There we go. We're off. Oh, shit, we're off. Let's go. Oh, for fuck's sake. Right, we're off again. We're off again. We're off again. That's not it either. What are we doing here? Is that it? Is it showing? Not the way it should be showing. That's the one we want. My score's too far ahead. And we are back. All right, guys, let's key in. Let's get going. Second half is underway. Let's get going, people. No changes. No changes from what I can see. Has the wind changed direction? That's the key. Is Romero playing the ball out to Pedro Porro. Lovely ball from Porro into Bentancur. He's in space, but he doesn't take it on. He's slow getting it moving. He finds Kudos instead. Kudos now. Where's Pedro Porro to cross? Great cross. Oh, what a cross that is. Oh, well done, Polinia. Sliding in, winning the ball back once again. Oh, Pedro Porro's had his hand stood on, I think. What a cross from Pedro Porro. What a whip that is. And it's parried away. It's a cross come shot. It's raining now as well. Pissing down. Hopefully that will make it a little bit more tricky. Udogie gives the ball away. Windy Miller will be our 12th man. Let's hope so, especially if it's raining. But it would just be so typical, wouldn't it? If the wind dies down and it pisses down straight into into Vicario's eye line or something. Here's Bentancur. Bentancur gets picked off though. Poor from Bentancur. Romero steps up, wins the ball back well. Lovely ball from Mathys Tel to Xavi Simons. Thread it! Oh, Xavi! You got to thread that quicker. You got to thread that quicker. What a ball from Mathys Tel, though. Chance! Oh, what a save from Vicario! Calvert-Lewin picks the ball up, turns, spins. Van der Ven's left court short. Oh, dear. Here come Leeds again. Cross comes in. Oh, it's whipped all the way through. Vicario's nowhere. Calvert-Lewin's flung into it. Jesus Christ. Simons gives the ball away, and then we get broken on. What a pass that is. What a pass that is. Jesus Christ. I'll tell you what. Vicario has done amazingly there. Absolutely. Why did Simons do that? Bollocks. Simons tried to do a fucking one of those Rabanas or whatever they're called. That's not the time and a place for a Rabona, you Burke, Xavi Simons. What's he doing there? But I tell you what, that save from Vicario was sensational because it's taken a deflection off of Van der Ven once again. Once again, Van der Ven gets his foot slightly on it, not enough on it, and Vicario saves a deflected shot. It's low, slippery on a wet ground. He's done very well, to be fair there. Done very well. Fair play to Vicario. To Vicario, yeah. What the hell was a no-boner? A no-boner. Sounds like me after getting on the packet, Drew. Leeds winning the midfield battle again. Polinia getting drifted past there. Xavi Simons does really... Pull him back, ref! You're all over him, ref! Come on, mate! What are we doing here? It's a yellow card. There's no advantage given. You better give the yellow card. He's held him back, ref. He's held him back. Oh, for fuck's sake. Is the ref going to go back and give that yellow card, please, for holding on to Xavi? No, of course you're not. You did it for Polino, didn't you, you fucking idiot? What are we doing here, ref? What are we fucking doing here, mate? Xavi Simons has turned Stack, I think it was, inside out. Or was it Longstaff? I'm not sure. And he's held on to the geezer. Then he's got fouled separately, plays an advantage when there's no advantage to be played, and then doesn't pull his card out next time the ball stops. Outrageous. Just outrageous. Let's go, Udogie. Let's go. Put it across. There's no one on the bar. It's good ball across, but there's no one there. No bono. 100%. Come on, Tottenham. Need this win. We need this win today. Destiny Udogie, long throw. Porro blocked out. Here's Pedro Porro. Smashes it low. Ref! Yellow card there, please. You prick. Good. Yeah, you're right. Johnson would have scored there, Alaskan Hotspur. He would have scored there. That's a fucking disgusting challenge, that is. That's a disgusting challenge that Ethan Amper do. He's in trouble as well. He's in trouble here, Pedro Porro. It's pissing down. It's absolutely pissing down. So I'm going to have another drink. My final glass, my final drink. So chin chin to you all. I was supposed to be doing Sober October. It lasted about 4 hours on the 1st of October. I've got a lot of problems in my life. A lot of problems, people. A lot of problems. Helga had no one in her box either. Yeah. Disgrace. Disgrace. I couldn't get out there. I got to be honest, I'm really pissed off with Xavi Simons there doing that. We almost conceded a goal from his stupid. I don't know why he's doing that bollocks. Why he was doing that bollocks was crazy. Tottenham have to get into this game now. I've got to get a stranglehold on it because it feels like it's just scrappy and scruffy, and we're sort of losing a bit of that midfield battle a little bit. You know, now that Polini is on a yellow card, and Bentancur. I think Bentancur's been okay though. That's the thing. I don't really have a problem with anyone's particular anyone's effort. I really don't. I think everyone's been fairly good, but we're still getting outplayed a little bit. Jed Spence warming up. Jed Spence doesn't want to come on. Look at him. He's not enjoying being out in the rain. Doesn't look like he wants to be there. Here's Xavi Simons, though. Nice little spot. Can we do something with this one? There's Xavi Simons. It would be Pedro Porro that would be taking this. Kudus, though, might want to whip it with his left foot. Is it a Kudus special? Yeah, it's a Kudus. Straight into the keeper. My drinking isn't funny anymore. Cool. When was it ever supposed to be funny? Shut up, you donut. I've never even seen your fucking name before. And the first comment I see of you is to come in and say that. Or off, you Burke. Cross comes in over the top. Proper donut, Daniel. Proper donut, eh? Proper donut. Hmm. 56 minutes played. Game's gone a little bit stale at the second because of the injury. Going to get back into it now, hopefully. Let's find out. It's horrible weather out there. Horrible conditions. Leeds fans really up for this, though. Deafening noise. Let's go, Tottenham. Got to build a little bit. Here's Romero. So Pedro Porro. Looks inside. Kudos. Kudos wins it. Mohamed Kudos got a chance to shot. Yes! Kudos scored his first goal for Tottenham. Come on. And he's celebrating right in front of the Leeds fans. And he's sitting on his bench. He's sitting on his stool. He's sitting on his stool. And the Leeds fans aren't happy. Come on. Fuck yeah. Come on, Tottenham. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, he's picked that off so cleverly. He's done so well. Kips inside and just puts it bottom bins. Love to see it. No need for a VAR. None at all. Let's go. You know. Sensational. That's the fucking player. That's the player. Come on. 2-1 Tottenham. Let's go. Let's go. The wind is in our favour. The rain is coming down. Tottenham have got the ascendancy. You've got to go for a third, though. You've got to go for a third. Don't sit back now, Tottenham. You've got to go and hit them because they're going to come out. You've got to be able to counter. Counter punch. Dance, bang, bang. Floyd Mayweather style. Let's go. Well done. Well done, Tottenham. Pedro Porro's back on the pitch. That man does not feel long-term pain. He's too physically fucking specimened. He's like a mini Cristiano Ronaldo, isn't he? Just an absolute specimen. Look at him go again. Oh, he's tapped it on. And we've won the ball back again. Pedro Porro's making a run from Kudos. You've got to find him, Kudos. Find him. Here's Pedro Porro. Whips the ball across. What a ball that is. It's Xavi Simons. Xavi Simons finds it across to Destiny Udogie. Destiny out to Odebear. Odebear pulls it back. Helenia. Oh, backwards pass. Oh, that's it. Destiny Udogie. Put it behind it. It's going to cross all of them. Oh, is that offside? No chance. Udogie. My left back. My left back. Ah. Whoop, 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 whoop. Whoop. Look at him go. Who let Udogie out? Ooh, that's not offside, ref. That's not offside. That's nowhere near offside. Doesn't matter because the ball's been whipped across. He's put it in such a good area as well. Brennan Johnson would have scored that 100%. That wasn't offside. Let me change the scoreboard. Bosh. Sorry, change the score. Sorry, people. Where's my man? Where's that TX fella? Where's that TX fella? TX shooter. Cross comes in. What a ball that is as well. What a game of football, guys. What a game of football. Cracking game. Tottenham are going to break here. Can we break? You've got to move it faster, though. You've got to move it faster. Let's go, Xavi. Find the pass, mate. None of that left foot, right foot bollocks. Change the score. I've done the scoreboard. I've done it. Oh, giving away a free kick. Polinia's got to be careful though. One more foul and he might be on. He might be off. Got to be careful now, Polinia. You might have to make a change. I don't want it. But in this slippery conditions, it's easy to give away a foul, and he's done 3 or 4. He shouldn't have been yellow carded for the first one. He got the ball. It's a disgrace, but he did get it, and he had a foul before that, and he's had 2 fouls since. So to me, Polinia probably now needs to be substituted. I don't want to take him off though because he's necessary, but given the conditions, what a free header over the top. Yeah, I'd bring on Archie Gray. But I don't, or maybe, I don't know. Yeah, if you're going to do a double pivot at the back. Yeah, it's not good enough. Tottenham fans are loud and proud though today. Tottenham fans are loud and proud. Sarr on. We definitely need someone. Please give you a shout out, Colonel Sloman. What a name, Colonel Sloman. This is your shout out. Big up to you. Big up to you, my man. None of that left foot, right foot bollocks. Which foot is he supposed to use? No, I mean, it's just the way he put his right foot, did the Rabona thing. It's just madness, and he always cost us. Like, there's a time and a place for it, and most of the time and most of the places are nowhere near a football pitch. Like, do it on the training ground, but there's just no need for it 99% of the time. I don't know why you would do it. Like, you're a 2-footed player. Odebear getting back and doing some great defensive work there again. Remember this, guys. Remember Odebear's performances, because you've got people out there in the Tottenham fan base that have got agendas against players like Odebear, against players like Tel, and they'll forget that sort of shit. And because of my bad memory caused by years of abuse with the things that I put in my body, I'll probably forget it as well, but not deliberately, whereas they will deliberately. Let's go. Ref! He's just punched him in the head. It's got to be a yellow card. Okafor and Porro going at it. Oh, Okafor and Romero. Okafor and Romero. Look at Romero being captain there, getting a little bit stuck in, but not particularly stuck in. Romero from 2 years ago would have probably ironed the cunt out. Oh, I've just killed myself. I've just killed my monetization. But he probably would have done. Apologies to any children that are watching. Didn't mean that. The card came out for Okafor there. Our captain. Love it, Sean. Love it. Yeah, didn't mean to say that. Sorry, everybody. Sorry, YouTube. Please don't demonetize me. But he would have ironed him out a couple of years ago. You don't stand headbutt to headbutt. Yeah, too real for the monies, man. Too real. Screw the monies. I think we got a super chat, by the way. I forgot to do it. From Ulrika saying, my Mathys Tel. 100%. 100% UJ. 100%. Give us a BJ, UJ. Definitely got demonetized now. Let's go. The siders are kicking in. I think you're right. I didn't get to the T, did I? I didn't get to the T. Here we go. Another wonderful play from Odebear. Pushes it through to Kudus. Bring it back to Xavi. Find him. Oh, they're getting back. Oh, what a play that is. Pedro Porro. Oh. Unbelievable. Sorry, people. Just got a little bit caught up in more WhatsApp chat. Sorry about that. Anyway, let's get back to the game. Who just came off? Who came on? Sorry, what happened there? What happened there? Was there a substitution there? I didn't see. What? Yeah, you didn't lose sound. Yeah, bin the WhatsApp. Sorry, everybody. What happened? What happened with the substitutions? Who was it? Was it a Leeds sub or was it a Tottenham sub? Leeds subs. Okay, don't give a shit about that then. Don't care. 67 minutes. Tottenham are going to pounce and get a third here. Tottenham are going to pounce and get a third. Oh, come on now, ref! Every time a Leeds player falls over, Tanaka for Leeds, yeah? Gave up the monies for the lads champion. Appreciate you, Scots. Appreciate you, Scotsper. Appreciate you, mate. Listen, you know, it is what it is. These things are going to come out. Yeah, they're going to come out. When you stand up close to head with my man Romero, with my captain, and occasionally you're going to get ironed out, but not these days because he walks away because he knows what he's doing. Soft free kick then from Leeds, 100%. Let's carry on. Thank you very much for the super chat, Scott Spur. Appreciate you, my man. Appreciate you, buddy. Keeping it ticking over. We're going to go and put in an order for a couple more Thatchers, and then all bets are off. By the way, guys, if you are watching this and you are interested in conspiracy content, well, look, I want to just give you the option right now. Chance for Leeds here. Aronson. Pull back. Well done, Romero. So I'm going to be doing this conspiracy video stuff, but I've got to do it on a different channel. It's called Rabbit Hole Ramblings, right? Rabbit Hole Ramblings. If you guys are interested in conspiracy things, did we go to the moon? Who killed Jeffrey Steen? You know, is Saturn the real problem with the world? Satanism? What that look like? Roman gods? Polytheism? All of this stuff. If you want to talk about all that stuff, then smash that channel or subscribe. I'm going to build that channel up, and then we're going to start doing it over there. I'm going to carry on doing it on Sean Butler TV, but I'm actually going to get back into Sean Butler TV for doing just more non-football, broader football stuff, football finance. And so I need to find a channel that isn't about football. That's purely that I don't care if it gets demonetized or whatever. I won't even monetize it. I'll just be a place to chat shit basically with you lot. So if you are interested in conspiracy stuff, it's called Rabbit Hole Ramblings. The Rabbit Hole Ramblings on YouTube. Hit the subscribe over there. I'll be doing some this week. It'd be most night times. It'd be like 9 o'clock on an evening, 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock, whatever. Just be banging out hours where we just talk about shit that's going on in the world. Here comes Leeds again. Chance for Leeds. Oh, what a shot! Just wide from Longstaff. Wowzers. I would like to be a part of that channel, Futures. Yeah, more than welcome, mate. More than welcome, bro. More than welcome. Like I say, I'm going to be doing a Discord, and I'm going to have Spurs Talk Show Discord, Sean Butler TV Discord, and then also I'll be having the Rabbit Hole Ramblings Discord and all that stuff as well, so we can all share content, all different servers and stuff. But yeah, but get yourself subscribe to it. It should be fun. Should be fun. But I'm not even going to monetize it, so we could just go wild and just talk absolute crazy stuff. And hopefully, if you don't monetize it, then you can't be accused of doing anything that's bad, right? You just want to chat with your mates in a server, in an environment that's accessible to all. Why haven't we subbed yet? There's Anaconda Arden. Yeah, I'll get you on the mod, mate. Get you on the mod on that one, buddy. You're my constant mod, bro. You're my constant mod. Uber mod. How we doing here? Micky van der Ven driving forward. No. He's run it out into touch. 71st minute, 72nd minute of the game. Sarr is coming on, as is Richalison. Best performance by a mile from Mathys Tel. He doesn't touch the ball very much, but when he has, he's been effective. Right? We don't concern ourselves with Erling Haaland having 10 touches and putting 8 of them away. I think also Mathys Tel's. I think he's hurt. You can see he's limping. I think he hurt his ankle when he headed the bar, when he headed onto the bar, and I think he doesn't want to come off because he wants to take the minutes that he's got. You know, so it's probably right to bring on Richarlison right now. So, yeah, Richarlison for Tel, Sarr for probably. Yeah, I thought so. You could tell he was injured. You could tell he was done. You could tell he was fucked. What up, Mathys Tel? You can see him banging him on his head. You can see in that celebration, he's giving himself a head wobble. He's going like, come on, mate, you're better than this. You're better than the shit performances. You're better than the confidence block. Love that. Big up to Mathys Tel. Big up to my man. Good work, Tel. I love the fact that you lot agree with me, right? We support Mathys Tel on this channel. We support Mathys Tel on this channel. Xavi Simons has come. Oh, that's interesting. Simons for Pape Sarr. That's interesting. I thought Mathys Tel had a decent game today. Decent game. I did. I like him in the 10. He's clearly a 10, but he's got to stop with that nonsense about doing Rabonas and all that bollocks. That's what people are going to remember his performance for today. And it shouldn't be. The ref's finally giving some things to Tottenham here. Some free kicks to Tottenham. Russian oligarchs are all in turn. Oh, yeah, Ulrika, we're going to talk about this. We're going to do this. Well, maybe that's for Football Inc. or for Sean Butler TV. The conspiracy channel is more around. Did you know? Interesting fact. GB News, who leans right, they're very much right leaning. The owner of GB News is a billionaire called something Marshall, Adam Marshall, I think, and he made all his money from a hedge fund called Marshall and Pace or Pace Marshall. Him and another guy called Adam Pace, I think his name was, and they made billions from it. But almost ball got put through there to Richarlison. Get on that one there. Get on that. From Kudos. Oh, well done. Fight. Well done. You're winning the ball back up the pitch. Let's go. What a press that is. What a press that is. Very impressive. Very, very impressive stuff. Anyway, it turns out all the money that they made, they were funded by George Soros. George Soros, of course, is the guy who's responsible for the open borders in every country in Europe anyway, with his left-leaning stuff. So there's a talking point. There's a conspiracy we'll talk about. But in the meantime, here comes the ball. Pedro Porro wins the ball back. Oh, he cuts inside, but it's just picked off by Goodmanson. Does very well. Well done. Oh, is that offside, is he? Get there, Richie. Ah, bollocks, ref. Leeds fans are pretending like they've been on the wrong side of it. Not you, Marshall. Maybe. Are you the billionaire? If you are, stick in a fucking super chat, you tight bastard. I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding. Sarr likes a long shot in this weather. That could cause a few issues. Stormy Waters. I like your name as well. I like your name, Stormy Waters. In fact, I might change my channel name from Rabbit Hole Ramblings to Stormy Waters. Wasn't that the name of one of Donald Trump's porn star girlfriends? Stormy Waters. I don't know, Stormy something else. Stormy Daniels or something. Anyway, let's carry on. If you haven't smashed the like, guys, please do smash the like button for me. I really appreciate it. Stormy Minge. Chance for Leeds! Blocked off. Well done, Van der Ven. Well done, Mickey Van der Ven. Let's go. Sean's Spiracy Talk Show. 100%. Love the fact that 20 of you, 10% of the people that are watching this subscribed to the Conspiracy Channel. 10%, that's pretty good. Appreciate you. "15 minutes to play, people." Here's Okafor. He's coming off in a minute. He's been a real danger man. He's a very good player, that Okafor. Very good player. He's better than anyone we've got, probably. Seems like we're sitting in now, trying to get a little bit more tight. This is what happens, though. This is in a windy day. You don't want to do this. You don't want to do this. You need to get that ball and break. You need to get that ball and you need to press and push up. Don't do this. Don't sit in. Learn the lesson about how Tottenham have been successful. Here's Pape Sarr, can break here. To Richalison. First touch is okay. Gives the ball away again. Richalison. No! Oh. Just tuning in, Sean. What Conspiracy Channel? This one right here. This one right here, guys. If you haven't smashed the subscribe, please do. Lisa, we've got a new channel coming. Sean Butler TV is getting repositioned back to just football, finance, and broader topics. And so the stuff that we were doing over there with regards conspiracy stuff, well, that's going to be on Rabbit Hole Ramblings, a brand new channel. There it is right there. Appreciate you guys. Well done on the likes, guys. Absolutely brilliant. Sean is I am very appreciative. Future's bright. I am very appreciative. Thank you very much, everybody, for smashing the like button, smashing the granny out of it. Let's go. Let's go. What are we doing here? Oh, well done, Pape Sarr wins the ball back. Here's Richarlison. And Richarlison just gives it. Oh, what are you doing there? Terrible. He's run offside. Here's Udogie. Oh, well done, Udogie. Well done, Udogie. Well, good football. Good football. Draw them out, drag them in, and then sucker punch. Let's go, Wilson. What are you doing here, mate? What are you doing? What are you going to do? What is that from Vicario, though? What is that? Absolutely disgusting. It's 2-1. Now, 1 second. All right?
Yeah. 50 empties.
Let's go now. Get that ball down. Get that ball down. Well done, Udogie. Once again, I need every single one of you that are watching this channel to remember how well Udogie has played in things that are not necessarily represented on a stat sheet. Because there'll be other people out there saying, "What's he done? What's he done? There's no take-on successful. Yada yada yada. His passing complete range is bang average." No, He's been a massive part of today. Massive part. Only people with agendas are going to tell you otherwise. Don't want to hear that nonsense. Don't want to hear it. I need to get some more booze. Be one of those days, I think. It's going to be one of those days. All right. Okay, I'm just ordering. This is the problem with the world, isn't it? It's too easy to just make bad decisions. All right. We're ordered. We're good. We're good to go. We're good to go, people. Are you good to go, though? Have you got Uber Eats? Are they bringing around a bottle of whiskey for you? A little bit of Jack Daniels, a little bit of vodka, a little bit of, I don't know, whatever it is that's your tipple. Let's find out. Harrison, cross comes in. Bentancur blocks it. Pumped away by Porro. The ball's still in touch there. Richalison, go press. Go press. Homebrew moonshine for Anaconic Arden. Alcoholic Arden. Love it. Yeah, third goal would just set them up, wouldn't it? Third goal would just set it up. Are Tottenham making any changes here? Is Berghvall. Leeds are getting a bit on the ball again here. Pelini has been a little bit absent, hasn't he? Since his yellow card and the next foul, he hasn't done much. This is a problem. He's scared. He's scared of missing the Villa game. When did Kevin Danso come on? Did Danso come on? When did that happen? Oh, Kudus is loves a press. Loves a presser. Loves it. I have a wee can abyss waiting for us when I get in. Good man. A wee can abyss. If Drusilla was around. Oh, I think it will come on. Okay, gotcha. Odebear. Well done, Odebear. Kuda's been excellent. Ali Gold said he's coming on, is he? Okay. Oh yeah, he's only coming on for Danzo, for Odebear. Good. We're going to a back three. We're going to a back three to hold on. We're holding on. Yeah, we're holding on. All right, so we're going Pedro Porro as a wing back. Love that. It's a system we should be playing more of, in my opinion. Tanaka. Ampadu. Ogle. Picked off by Richalison, who puts Udogie through. Udogie's got 3 men around him. Can he do something here? Let's go. Let's go, Destiny. He's on his by himself. He's not being helped by Richalison. Oh, but he's won it back, and Richarlison's won it again and given the ball away again. Fucking hell, Richie. Hold on to the ball, bro. Just pretend like you're doing a testicular cancer check. Hold on to the ball. Goal goes out. Ball goes out. Vicario's lying down on the floor. 86th minute, people. 86th minute. There's going to be about 6 or 7 minutes of injury time because whenever we're winning, there's always an unrealistic amount of injury time to play. Oh, well, oh. Micky van der Ven gives the ball away on the edge of the box. Cross is too high. Thank God for that. Vicario saved one. He's not going in January, mate. He's not going. But I just hope he brings someone in that's better. Oh, dear, oh dear, oh dear. Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to open up. Where's my WhatsApp? Drew, do you want to come on at the end of the game for a chinwag? Richalison's through here. He's having a shot. It's just gone wide. Doesn't look happy. He's not a happy bunny, is he? He's not a happy bunny. Tell you what, guys. Here's the link for the end of the game. What we doing here? What we doing here? Pedro Porro, corner kick to Tottenham Hotspur. Brennan Johnson's coming on. Backdoor Johnson. Pedro Porro's having a laugh with it. It's a vape. A vape was thrown at him. Oh, it's miles over the top. What is that? What is that? Massively overhit that. Not been the greatest day from Pedro Porro getting the ball forward. Not been the greatest day. James Justin for Leeds coming on. I'm going for a wee, guys. I'm going for a wee. Oh, trousers falling down. 1 second. I'll be back. I'll be back. I'm back. Rid of it. Rid of it. Oh, you got to catch that, Vic. You got to catch that, mate. He gets the free kick. He gets the free kick. Gee whiz. What are we doing here? Ball's come back in. Calvert-Lewin doing well again. Can Vicario catch that? It's a soft free kick. Brennan Johnson's coming on the pitch, though. My Brennan Johnson. Backdoor Johnson for Mohamed Kudus. Kudus has been brilliant. Man of the match for me. Was that man of the match for TNT as well? The best Brazilian in N17 is a small shop on Seven Sisters Road. Very good. 6 minutes. 6 minutes. Come on now. What? Come on now, Tottenham. See it through. Come on now, Tottenham. See it through. My dog walker was just saying, I'm going down the road. I said, no, you're not. There's alcohol coming. I need you to answer the door. You stay where you are. Let's go. Finish this out now. Leeds have been fair value to be out. I think a draw is more than fair value, but I hope I hope we can sneak the win. Chance, back post. Oh, well done, Kevin Danso. Super Kevin Danso. Well done, my man. Well done, buddy. Oh. Come on now, 92 minutes. We're into the 93rd minute. We've got 4 minutes, people. 4 minutes. Oh, when the Spurs go marching in. Look at those jaw muscles from Thomas Frank from all that chewing gum. Let's go. Oh, well done. Well done, Destiny Udogie. Easy, go easy. What are you doing just banging it long? Who are you banging it to, Vicario? For fuck's sake, mate. You're just hitting it long. As long as it's not on me, I don't care about the rest of the team. You're just inviting more pressure. Look at this geezer, Darlow. He's in the fucking centre circle. Lobbing it long. Win that, Kevin. Chance for Leeds. What a save. Oh, what a save. You shouldn't be that fucking happy, Vicario, because it was you that put us under that pressure unnecessarily. Crying out loud. Calvert-Lewin wins the ball. It's a great save, to be honest. It's a great save. But fuck me, mate. Fuck me. Like, you just put it, and well done, Udogie, for sending it out. But, like, you're just banging it long, mate. You didn't need to do that. There was Pedro Porro was offering an easy way out, and you bang it long back to the keeper. It's like, let me just get it out of my end because I don't want the pressure. Well, you're bringing it right back, bro. You're bringing it right back. Come on now, 94th minute. About to go into the 95th minute. 93 and 50 seconds as the corner kick is taken. Oh, Jesus Christ, what a ball that is. Pascal struck. It's off. It's Pascal Struck's got a free fucking header against Udogie, and it's hit Udogie's head and gone out for another corner. Actually, decent defending from Udogie. Decent defending from Udogie. Van der Ven gives him the fist bump, or gives him the chest bump. 94 and 20 seconds. We've got 100 seconds to hold on here, guys. 100 seconds. Please, for the love of God, don't do it. Don't do it. Wait a minute. Well done, Polinia. No chance. That's a handball. There's a penalty shout there. It's going to be a VAR check. Ball gets put back in. 1 minute left. 65 seconds left. Win that. Win the ball. Get on the ball. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, Tottenham players are all over the floor here buying time. Vicario's pretending like he's injured. Polinia's pretending like he's injured. They've banged into each other. They're both lying on the floor. Oh, the commentators are all over this, trying to give fucking Tottenham a... The commentators are all over trying to give Leeds everything, the entire game. They're a joke. The commentators are trying to give Leeds everything they can. That's it. 95. 1 more minute. Richalison doesn't win anything in the air once again. Well done from Pape Sarr. Belted forward. Romero clears it. Porro wins it back. It's back with Leeds. Last chance for Leeds. Let it go out, Pedro. Let it go out. Well done, Pedro Porro. Fucking brilliant, Porro. That's what I'm talking about, son. That's what I'm talking about. That is what I'm talking about. Come on now. We're fucking second if we get this next 5 seconds done. We're second in the league, people. Come on. That'll do. Yes! 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 Come on! That's what I'm talking about, people. That is what I'm talking about. We got it done. 2-1. Mathys Tel's injured. You can tell he's injured. But he gets the win. An absolute smoke show of a shot from him. Come on. 2-1. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's effing go. Why am I saying effing? It doesn't matter anymore. We've been demonetized a long time ago for the C-bomb. The C-bomb came in. Come on now. Great performance. Look, we didn't deserve... did we deserve the win? I think it's a gritty game. It was interesting because I think we had the least amount of chances. The momentumometer will show you that they were ahead of us for the most part. And they had more chances, more possession, more momentum, more territory. But we've started October with a win, guys. Huge 3 points. Huge 3 points. Fantastic. Fan-bloody-tastic. Oh, I'm so happy. Getting that done. Mathys Tel, though, he's really not. He's hurt. He's not happy. He's not happy. I hope he's just. I hope it's a little niggle. Well, we got someone that puts the ball in the back of the net from distance, mate. I'm so happy for him today. I'm so happy for him. Well, looking at all the Tottenham players, they're all talking to each other like this. They're all talking to each other like this. Are they worried about that lip reading woman on Instagram? Have you seen her? She's she's insane. She's so good. She can interpret everything that's being said in football and in politics. Second in the league, people. Second in the bloody league. Let's have a little look-see, shall we? Ta-ta-ta-ta. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. We've got to look at the standings. Here we go. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We can get rid of this. We can go to... how do I do this? Let's go to this. I mean, first and foremost, this is the only thing that matters. Second in the league, 1 point behind Liverpool. We've got to play Chelsea tomorrow. And then they're on the back of 2 losses on the bounce. You know? And Arsenal have got West Ham, that doesn't sound like a difficult game, but Arsenal have lost their last 2 games at home to West Ham. West Ham have got a new manager. There's every chance here. There's every chance that Palace could be top. Palace could be top by Monday. We could be third. Bournemouth. Oh, it's an interesting one. Absolutely sensational. Absolutely sensational. So happy. Was it pretty? No, but it was one of those games. It was a feisty game. A feisty game. That we have to sit there and think, these are the sorts of games that if you've got any intention of being a top 4 team, you have to go to Leeds and win. You have to go and get it done. And we got it done. I just want to quickly hear I'm going to repeat what I'm hearing on the TV. This is from Mathys Tel. It was a tough game from us. Leeds played very well, but we deserve to win. I'm very happy about the win. You were sort of up there on your own. Was it your only option to have a go? I worked this week a lot on my finishing. Today I scored this goal, so I'm very happy. I hope I'm going to help the team more and be positive. Now he brings in Kudus. Kudus says, as an attacker, scoring boosts a lot of your confidence. But credit to all the team. I want to give Mathys Tel a lot of credit because it's been tough for him. But I see how hard he works in training. So big applause to him. I'm a big fan of how he composed himself. Love this. Love this. Love this. Now she's going back to Mathys Tel again. She's saying, you're all together, are you? It's a really good team. She says, more than Mathys, it's about us. I'm very happy. The mentality we showed was strong. We just need to keep going and focus on the next game. The lady's saying, it feels like a huge win to Mohamed Kudus. We're second in the Premier League table. Right end of the table to be. Kudus is saying 100%. Now we have to go and represent our country and then come back. It's a tough schedule, a lot of games, lots to fight for, and we're going in the right direction. And Mathys Tel is just giving him the Man of the Match award. Love that. Love that. Love that. Love the fact that Mohamed Kudus has said it's been tough for Mathys Tel, and he's delighted for him. Rather than talking about his own performance, he decided to talk about Mathys Tel. You love that. What a coherent unit. What a cohesive unit. Sensational to see, guys. Sensational to see. I can't remember the last time we won before an international break. I can't remember the last time we won before an international break. Udogie wasn't great. He was okay. Nah. He was one of the better players on our pitch today. Appreciate you, Fiona. Appreciate you. Udogie was a very good player today for me. You won't recognise it in the stats because it will just look like a pass completed. But 3 or 4 times he came deep and he threaded Udogie through 2 or 3 times, 3 or 4 times that created the overload on the counter. That's what you need from a winger. If you just want a player like Kudus who gets the ball and just holds onto it all the time on both sides, then it cuts out the role of the fullback. If you don't understand the relationships that are necessary between fullbacks and wingers, Pedro Porro can do the things that Pedro Porro can do because Kudus can do what he can do. But if you had Kudus on the left-hand side, Udogie can't do what Porro does. He can't whip the ball from deep. That's not his game. So you need a relationship between Udogie and Udogie to be able to maximize the value of what you have on the left-hand side. You have a different value on the right-hand side. If Kudus was on the left, you would be playing, you'd be essentially just killing Udogie's ability. Udogie does what he does because he's inclusive and it allows Destiny Udogie to do what he does to get forward. If you can't see that, if people can't see that, then I don't know what to tell you. But you're comparing apples and oranges with left and right-sided football. Udogie today had a fantastic game. The best performance that he's had in a Tottenham shirt. If you guys don't want to see it because there's agendas at play, fair enough. But you should be rooting for the best for all of our team, all of our players. Mathys Tel had a fantastic performance. For the moments that he had, he didn't do very much. But when he touched the ball, he hit the bar with a header, twisted his ankle straight after that. He didn't want to come off because he knows that if he comes off, he's probably not going to get minutes again. So he's trying to be tough and brave for the team. He hits the bar. He bangs it top bins. Yes, there was a little bit of a deflection, but it's the best performance from Mathys Tel, even though he wasn't involved in too many of the minutes. On the left-hand side, you had Wilson Udogie, by far his best performance in a Tottenham shirt. And if you're comparing him to Kudus because you expect the left to do what the right does, then you are ignoring the tactical options of what we have behind them. Pedro Porro can't do what Destiny Udogie does. And as a consequence, Odegaard can't do what Kudus does. But you have balance in that regard. You're not going to see Udogie slamming the ball in from the 30-yard line. You're not going to see it. Don't expect to see it. I feel like it's not that difficult of a concept to get your head around, but people that have set their agendas are just unwilling to give credit where it's due. Props where props should be given. Polinia, for example, today, right? Didn't have his greatest game, but was unfairly criticised, unfairly yellow carded because the Leeds bench screamed and shouted and the referee went back after they played advantage. The referee went back and gave him a yellow card. He didn't do the same thing against Statch in the second half. Didn't do the same thing against Longstaff. And Polinia was rightly furious, but had to calm down. He then gives away another free kick about 15 minutes into the start of the second half. He can't do much after that. I think, if I'm entirely honest, I was torn between what's the right thing to do there. Do you bring on like an Archie Gray, or do you bring on a Sarr and move Bentancur back into the six because Polinia's basically marked himself out of the game? He can't do anything because it's a slippery surface. It's windy. You know, you're good if you slide in at all and you get it even slightly wrong. Think about the penalty that he gave away in Bodo. The penalty that was given away, the ball was already crossed in by the time that the slide had followed through. And then the penalty was given anyway because, you know, physics are going to physic, right? Like if it's a wet surface on an AstroTurf pitch, if you slide in, it doesn't matter if the ball's already been crossed in. If you end up taking the player out, it's a penalty. Same sort of rules apply today. But Polinia was already kind of marked out of the game. So you can criticise the situation. You might sit there and say Polinia was a little bit absent in the most part of the second half, which I think he was. But that's because of the scenario, the environment in which you have to bake this context in. And I don't think people do. I'm not saying you guys don't that are listening. I'm saying the people that are in my WhatsApp groups that I shouldn't have been, but that I've been sort of conferring with throughout the game. I think that there's massive like positivity or negativity bias being applied to people because they don't want to turn around and say about someone that they've criticised for as long as they have, that actually fair play. Like Mathys Tel, fair play today. Wasn't involved in the game. Smashed a goal with he only had 10 touches in the first half. Scores a banger. Twists his ankle in the header that hits the crossbar. And then doesn't want to give up the minutes. Now, like you could argue, well, you know, fall on your sword a little bit. But ultimately, when Richalison came on, did Richalison do anything? No. He gave the ball away more times than he had it. I don't know how that's even possible, but he did. Right? Sarr was the right move for Xavi Simons. Listen, I really liked Xavi Simons in the first half. I really did. I genuinely think that there is a triangle of value that is being developed between Odegaard, Udogie, and Xavi Simons. I think they get each other. They're on some sort of similar wavelength, and they work together very well. I think everybody, though, is going to remember Xavi Simons doing that stupid Rabona and giving the ball away unnecessarily when, first of all, there was a gilt-edged chance if he would just use his outside of his right foot rather than poking it behind his leg for some stupid reason, mishitting it, giving the ball away, and then we almost conceded. People are going to reflect on that rather than the other bits that Xavi Simons did. And I thought Xavi Simons in the first half, when we had the ball, and we didn't have the ball very much today, but look, you're against Leeds at home, that crowd is raucous. You know, it is what it is, right? The scenario is what it is. And I think that Tottenham Hotspur played very well within the context of where we were. If you're going to sit there and say, we didn't play that well because, you know, because we didn't have the ball that much and because Leeds had the momentum. In fact, I'll show you once again. I haven't got an agenda here, so I'll be reasonable with you guys and say, look, you look at that. Tottenham are on the bottom half of that momentumometer, right? So there's probably like 4 or 5 micro patches in the game where we had the ball and we did things with it. For the most part, it was a lot of Leeds, but we defended very well on the back of a European week, on the back of a game that's early on a Saturday after travelling back from Bodo. before an international break. We've broken a certain cycle there. We've broken a trend. The last time we won in the game before a European game was a long, long time ago. Vicario, for me, 100%. Listen, he looks like someone that is. He looks like someone that's just, he doesn't have that much confidence. And like all the time, as soon as something happens, his first thought is to get up and do something that, I don't know, explains the activity. You know, it drives me up the wall. Like he'll make a save and he'll turn around and berate someone. Or he'll concede a goal, turn around and berate someone. Today he conceded a goal and his first thought was to bang that balloon that looked like a football. Last against Bodo, the free kick that he punched, or the long shot from distance that he punched over the bar in the early minutes, he's pointing to his eye. It's like, why are you sitting there thinking that it's necessary to explain to the world why what happened just happened? What happened is not your fault, or just fucking focus, concentrate on the game, and you'll be. I think we'd be better off. But every time something happens, he needs to react to it. Drives me up the wall. And it just gives me an insight into his personality. I think his personality is concerned a little bit more about how he looks rather than what he's doing. But I'll tell you what, though, guys, being second... Spliver Surfer. I'm not criticising... Vicario for the most part today. I actually thought he put in some wonderful saves. I really do. And if you watch the commentary, I said it at the time. Both of those saves, the goal that was saved but parried and then it came in, he wasn't responsible for the rebound. I think actually Udogie was. Udogie could have been more on his toes. But as a left wing forward, you're probably not just built that way to think about those things like Pedro Porro might be, or Van der Ven or someone else. But both of the shots. That particular shot was a deflected shot from Van der Ven, and also the one late on from, I think it was Dominic Calvert-Lewin, when Calvert-Lewin wins the ball against Romero, spins to his left, and then does a pot shot. That was also a deflected shot off of... that wasn't that one. Sorry. That one was just a clean shot that Vicario got down well to. There was another one that flicks off of Van der Ven's foot again, and Vicario puts his left foot out in the 87th minute. And so, once again... Like, for me, the takeaways with Vicario are the less time Vicario has to think about what he's doing, the better he is. The more time he has to think, things enter his mindset. There's other moments or thought processes or influences that kind of create confusion. I don't think he's necessarily a thoughtful goalkeeper. I think he's at his best when he is instinctual, Agenda's got to agenda, Matthew, 100%. But I haven't got agenda with Vicario, though. As I said, I think he did very well today. I'm more than happy to defend him when I think he does a good job. And I think he did a good job with regards to saves, especially the deflected ones. I thought it was fantastic. Let's take a little bit of a look at... Oh, shit, there's some super chats I haven't got to. Gee whiz, there's lots of super chats. My bad. My bad, guys. Let's go through some super chats. The last one I got to was gave up the monies for the lads. That's when I gave the C-bomb. Appreciate you very much, my man. What time are we now? So, here we go. NSG, big up to you. NSG says, we broke the curse. We broke the curse. We didn't lose before international break. Hold me tight, someone. NSG, 100%, my man. We broke the tie. I actually, like I say, I told Stel from the Spurs 5 that I thought we'd lose 2-1 today because I just had a thought that Saturday morning games, we don't do well. Games before international breaks, we don't do well. But I thought, look, we were very, very good today. I thought Destiny Udogie sensational, but Destiny Udogie doesn't become sensational without the support of Udogie linking up with him. And I think that's what people are going to miss about that one. Tommy says, victory. Come on, you Spurs. Big up to you, Tommy. I hope you're okay, mate. Thank you very much for that. We did win. We got the 3 points. And we're second in the league, guys. We're second in the league. Love to see it. You love to see it. Appreciate you very much, Tommy. Daniel Field says 7 minutes extra time. What the hell's that about? There was quite a lot of injuries. There was quite a lot of substitutions and things. I think that's whatever. It is what it is. No point in arguing about that stuff, but appreciate you, mate. Ulrika Johnson says, winners are grinners. Tough game, though. It was a tough game. It was a tough game. I think Leeds will walk away feeling that they deserved at least a point out of the game. But listen, that's what makes a team top 4. That's what makes you what you are, right? You have to go away to these places and you have to get something on the board. And we've taken all 3 points. And to me, if I'm entirely honest, like I don't think we struggled against Manchester City. I thought Manchester City were awful in that game. I thought Leeds were very good today. And so given the context of the environment, given the situation, I'd actually sit there and say this was our best, I think our best performance with the ball when we had it. We didn't have a lot of it, but when we did, I thought this was our best performance. At least it makes me feel happiest going away. Maybe it's because after 2 games against Manchester City, you know, I wasn't that clear on you know what we were doing. But over the last 4 or 5 games, I've seen a real reason to be a little bit concerned. And today, I think the situation it looked more balanced. It looked more structured. It looked more. There was more about it. Like I think that in the first half, for example, I think it was by design that both Udogie and Kudus were coming very narrow. It was like we had 2 10s. It was almost like we were playing like a 4-2-2-1-2 or something, or 1-1 or something. Like it very narrow, and our width came down from our fullbacks, but we didn't have a third centre back in there. Away from home against Leeds, brave, very brave, but the connection, the relationships, and the chemistry is my takeaway. And it looked like there was things that were being built today that I think we should be very positive about going into the international break. I'm so happy. Appreciate you, Ulrika. Daniel Field sent me in. Oh, I've done that one already. Hang on a second. What did we get to? Spleever Server says, toot toot. Anyone not on the Frank train got questions for you? 100%. Thought he did very well today, Thomas Frank. The only question mark I would have is whether or not he should have taken off Polinia. It didn't hurt us in the end, but he could have done. And if it had done, as Chris was saying in the preamble to this show, you know, do you sometimes need to remember that we're all playing Monday morning quarterback? Like, because we won, there won't be the question marks around the strategies, but had we lost, there would have been. I think you can sit there and essentially, for me, I'd sit there and say maybe Polinia should have come out of the game in the 70th minute because it looked like he was going to get on a yellow card, and because he knew that, he stood away in the last 20 minutes for me. But yeah, absolutely sensational to get 3 points away at Leeds. We've got a good record here, haven't we? 11. I think it's 11 wins in the last 13 games against Leeds in all competitions. So much like we have our own voodoo teams, we don't seem to get points against Wolves. We don't do very well against Brighton generally. We seem to have decent outcomes against teams like Leeds. So very good to see. Daniel Field, big up to you. Choo-choo to you, my man, for the super sticker. Very much appreciate you, buddy. All very interesting. I'm glad to see everyone's pretty happy today. You sent it accidentally. Oh. Okay. No takesies backsies here, mate. No takesies backsies here. Wait, who won? We won, Bo. We won. Both of our goals were deflections. Mathys Tel's goal was a deflection. Was the other one a deflection? Kudus' goal was a deflection, was it? Not sure about that. Either way, who gives a shit? That deflections are deflections. Listen, that Leeds could have scored 3 goals from deflections today, but Vicario got down very well. As I say, I haven't got an agenda against Vicario. I think he did very well, but I think my takeaway is always the more time you give him, the more liable he is to a mistake. The less time you give him, the more likelihood of a reaction save, which he's very, very good at. It was hard to see, was it? Fair enough. Was sceptical about Vic being made a member of the leadership team as it makes it harder to drop him for Kinsky. Unfortunately, nothing I saw today from Vic has changed my mind about him. Made a couple of fantastic saves, mate. Three fantastic saves. 3 fantastic saves. But there's other parts about Vicario that drive me up the wall. Like when the ball went back to, I think it was like the 85th minute, just before one of Vicario's brilliant saves, he bangs the ball long for no reason at all. Bangs the ball long when Porro's offering him an option, and he gives the ball straight back, and it comes flying straight up the pitch, and he made a great save from it, but it was his faux pas in the first place that created the mayhem for me. Anyway, big up Carlson, big up to you, mate. No distribution at all, says Vicario. Great team performance. Thought that was Tel and Odebear's best games for us, Kieran. I agree, mate. I agree. I thought Mathys Tel today was he wasn't involved very much, but when he was incisive. Again, look at Erling Haaland. I'm not comparing the two, but the striker's role is to score goals. He scored a goal, hit the post. He twisted his ankle. He stayed on bravely because he didn't want to give up his chance. I hope he's not out for long. I hope it's just a bit of a sore, like a sprain or something. He's got 2 weeks now to figure that out, and let's hope that he's okay. Let's hope that he's on the right side. Sava Raid's coming in. Big up to you, Sava. I appreciate you, mate. Very nice, buddy. I was having a Barney with Sava in the WhatsApp group. We're talking about. I'm surprised that they haven't said. I'm surprised he didn't send you all over saying Odebear was bang average or something. Hello? I'm surprised he didn't say that Odebear wasn't bang average. Let me ask the Sava lot. Let me ask the Sava people. Was that Wilson Odebear's best performance this season? Was that Wilson Odebear's best performance this season? Because I think Sava has lost his head about your Odebear takes. Odebear was superb today. If you can't see it, I've said it before you guys just joined. If you can't see that Wilson Odebear and his chemistry that he's building with Udogie, if you can't tell the difference between what we have on the left and what we have on the right, then I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say to you guys. The left-hand side, Wilson Odebear and Destiny Udogie connect like peas and carrots. And Xavi Simons is a part of that. The triangles that are being built. You won't see it in the stats. You won't see it in the facts because a pass from deep that's completed is just a pass that's deep. Whatever. But at the end of the day, Wilson Odebear put in an absolute shift today. It was his best performance by a country mile. And I know Sava doesn't rate him, but you've got to take your Sava spectacles off and just treat the game in the instance that it took. You watch your no. You're just listening to Sava telling you that Odebear's shit because Sava decided a long time ago that Sava is shit. Odebear had the best game he's ever had in a Tottenham shirt today, by far. He was brilliant. He had a very, very good game. Odebear and Tel had their best games, Brian Jobson, 100%. Yeah. Listen, you guys get compromised by the Sava agendas. Listen, I love Sava to pieces, and I appreciate the raid, but I'm not going to sit there and tell him that he's wrong about Odebear because he's comparing it to Kudus. He's saying I want my left winger to do what Kudus does. He's not saying I want a left winger to do what a left winger does. He's saying I want my left winger to do what Kudus does. But the reason why Kudus and Porro work is because Porro doesn't do what Udogie does, and Udogie doesn't do what Porro's good at. If you had Kudus on the left-hand side, or someone that was the template of Kudus on the left-hand side, Udogie isn't going to be able to get forward. Right? Pedro Porro sits deep, gives the ball to Kudus. When Kudus gives up the goose, he hands around and turns and gives it back, and then Porro whips the ball in, which is great. It works. That doesn't work on the left-hand side. Odebear coming deep, winning the ball back in the final third, turning and whipping the ball into space for Udogie to run onto 3 or 4 times. That will never happen on the right-hand side, but it happened 4 times today. Odebear had his best game by a country mile, and if you can't see the difference between the left and the right, I can't help you. I can't help you guys. Yeah, there you go then. Yep, I nailed it. Ed. If you can't see what I'm seeing, mate, then it's all about opinions. But listen, for me, it's entirely. It's an apples and oranges, it's not peas and carrots. It's an apples and oranges comparison. Just because he doesn't do what Udogie does with what Kudus does, doesn't mean that he's not the same. He's not a good left winger. He's a different style of left winger. But Udogie couldn't work with Kudus. If you can't see that, I can't help you. Hotspur hippie raid. Good to see you, mate. What do you mean, Sean? Pedro Porro doesn't cut inside. Pedro Porro gives the ball to Kudus and then sits and waits for it to come back to him. Udogie comes deep, wins the ball back, Odebear comes deep, wins the ball back, and then Udogie makes those runs. Udogie and Kudus wouldn't work. They wouldn't work. Fact. They wouldn't work. They tried it against Wolves. It didn't work. It's insane. It's insane that you guys think that the people that have come over from Saba's channel think that Odebear had a bang average game or a shit game because you're being told that. You've got to watch the game for yourselves. Madness. Absolute madness. Odebear would be outclassed in League One. Oh, Jesus Christ, Scott. What are you talking about, mate? What are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about? It's the worst take I've seen. I know you're hyperbolic with your negativity, Scott, but like, fuck it, hell. Have a day off. Have a day off, bro. Sean, if we get a quality player on the left like Semenyo, will you then say that we'll be fine with Odebear as our second option? If we get a Semenyo's the best left winger in the Premier League at the moment, and he's two-footed. Of course, Semenyo would be dream world scenario. Of course. Of course. But like, what are we doing here? That's like saying, like, I don't know. It's like saying that Justin Kluivert shit compared to Erling Haaland. Fuck's sake. Standards, people. Standards. Standards. What are you doing here? Nobody said shit. He just wasn't great like you think. It was his best performance. I didn't say... I do think he was very good today. I think he was very, very good today. And I think most Tottenham fans who don't have agendas or aren't listening to people that do have agendas would agree with you. But I love Saba to pieces. And Saba's got a Sab. I know Saba. That's Saba's style. I know how he feels. I know how he operates. But I think that for me, and I hope that the average impartial player ratings will reflect that. Because if you're looking at the statistics, which by the way, people like Saba always, when someone makes an argument that is supported by the stats, Saba would say something like, stats are irrelevant, I use my eyes. Well, but then when the stats support his argument, he's happy to use them. That's cherry picking, isn't it? That's a cherry picking fallacy. For me, he wasn't just above average, mate. He wasn't just above average. It was his best performance in a Tottenham shirt. Was Udogie okay today? Udogie was very good. When we had the ball, by the way, we didn't have the ball that often. Let's have a look at remember, right? This is the momentumometer. We only had the ball in a very few amount of spells, but he got back, defended like a beaver, won the ball back, and then put Udogie through time and time again. He got to the byline, he whipped the ball in. It's very impressive from him. I was very impressed with him. For me, he's the clearly number one left winger. You have to play Xavi Simons in the 10. Is Xavi Simons going to get the criticism that he probably should get for the Rabono that fucked up? Or is he going to get the credit for being quite creative in the 10? But he didn't create with Kudus. Kudus wasn't the guy that he was working with. He was working down the left-hand side. Him, as I say, triangles of creativity. Udogie, Xavi, and Odebear have chemistry and relationships that's building and will get better with time. Kudus needs to be able to work in it. I thought Kudus was brilliant today. I thought he was the man of the match. But he's a solo player. He's a very unique player for me. He can do what he wants to do and he can get away with it because he's so talented. The others need to connect the dots with other people. And for me, I thought that Tony, people always want to see the narrative they want to see. 100%. Worst Rabono in Spurs history? Yeah, it was shocking, wasn't it? Absolutely shocking. Almost cost us a goal, by the way. Almost cost us a goal. Odebear was really good today with Udogie number one for the left at the moment. Yeah, 100%. This is the thing for me. Like Jed Spence, you don't play Jed Spence. You don't play Jed Spence in games against the bottom half. You only play Jed Spence against the top six who have got right wingers that have amazing left foots that want to cut inside. Or you play them against some teams outside the top six, home or away from home, that have the same threat. Because Jed Spence is a solo player. Jed Spence doesn't have relationships. Kudus doesn't really have relationships. But in those two sorts of players, you have people that are very, very good at doing what they do, but they're not really thinking about chemistry. They're thinking about how it is that they can do things for themselves and only really give the ball up when they run out of ideas of how they can use it. And so Jed Spence is amazing at defending one-on-one against left-footed right wingers off the left. But you put Jed Spence on the right and you ask him to work with Kudus, it's not going to work. It's not going to work because Jed Spence can't do what Pedro Porro can do, which is whip the ball in with pace and power and whip from deep. And if you put Kudus on the left, you'd have exactly the same problem with Udogie. Odebear's strength is creativity and connectivity. That's not the same. That doesn't work the same way. You guys don't have to see it my way, but I've never felt more confident in my take than on this particular one than I do now after seeing it today. Xavi needs to up the intensity. He wants too much time on the ball. Yeah, I actually thought Xavi was pretty good in the first half. Again, though, like we're judging Tottenham players when they had the ball. Right, we're judging Tottenham players. What do they do with the ball? We didn't have the ball very much today. Look at the momentumometer. You can see we didn't have the ball very much. What did those players do without the ball? Well, I'll tell you what Odebear did without the ball. He got back, he fought, he won the ball back in duels, and he didn't necessarily win the duel, but he would necessarily win the follow-up. Odebear was great defensively today. Unbelievable. Half of the things that he did that were brilliant with the ball started with him getting the ball back in the defensive third. Are you guys going to remember that? Probably not. But when you're in a game away at Leeds with the wind and the weather the way it was, and the fact that we didn't have the ball that much, you have to think about what those players did without the ball in order to gauge them just as much as what they did with it. That's why I say what I say about Bentancur. You know, I thought he had a good game today. I thought Bentancur was okay. I thought Polinia only went off the boil when he got his yellow card, and then that free kick that he gave away in the second half, and then he couldn't make another foul. Thomas Frank could have replaced him. But who with? Do you really want to bring on Archie Gray? I'm not sure about that. Anyway, other players off the ball. I thought Van de Ven today, like he got in all the right positions to block the shots, but unfortunately, he hit the deflections off of his foot. That if it wasn't for Vicario's instincts, for those of you that have just joined, I was saying that Vicario once again, like terrible when he has time to think, brilliant when he doesn't. He's an instinct goalkeeper. But yeah, listen, we got the 3 points. We're second in the league. Let me just show you the table again. Oh, we're third in the league now, apparently, because Arsenal have just kicked off. And because it's 0-0, they got there. So the only way that we stay second in the league is if Arsenal lose the game. That's okay, though. That's okay. Listen, pretty impressed. Very impressed today. Very, very happy. And we go away with 3 points before the international break. But like I say, for me, I'm just concerned about the narratives that are being put around. Mathys Tel, everybody should be backing him. Everybody should get off his case. Everybody should get off Mathys Tel's case. He hits the bar. He twists his ankle. He fights on like a trooper. He smashes the ball in the back of the net. Yes, from the help of a tiny deflection. But we shouldn't be on his back now. We should be going, well done, Mathys. Like, come on, lad. We need you, bro. Because he's not going anywhere. So everyone should park their agendas and support the fucking guy. Same with Odebear, by the way. If you're people that hate our players, there's something wrong with you. You shouldn't be sitting there looking for a reason. I've had it on WhatsApp. I said, my Mathys Tel scores. Fucking come on. That's what we need. And then I have people I'll call it out, Stel, I'm going to go after him on Monday. Stel texted me on WhatsApp going, it was only because of a deflection. What are we doing here? Do you actually want the kid to fail so you can be right? Or would you rather he bangs in a hat-trick, which makes you wrong, but ultimately Tottenham win the game more comfortably? Like, park the fucking agendas, especially if the agendas are that players are shit. Park them. What are we fucking doing here, people? I've got to question the motivations of people in the fan base and the content creators. If you don't like a player for whatever reason, and the thought of them doing better makes your opinion look muddy, and therefore you'd rather they fail so that you look better, Who gives a fuck about your opinion? Let's get behind the fucking team. Let's get behind the team. Let's get behind the players that are in the team, because do we want success or do we not? And sometimes I sit there and question what it is that's going on in people's minds. Get behind Mathys Tel. He's had a horrible fucking run of luck. He's had a horrible start to his Tottenham career. Everybody's on his back. He's had racism thrown at him. He's had people going after him since the Newcastle, the friendly, since the PSG game, the penalty mistake, all of this bollocks. And everybody wants to go after him. And now that he scores a winner, now that he does really well, and he puts in a relatively good shift, but does what a striker's supposed to do, people are saying, oh, it's only a deflection. Like, fuck off. Fuck off with your agendas. Same with Odegaard. Give him the credit he deserved. He put in a good shift. Really good shift. His best shift. Yes, we need a better left winger. Yes, we do. Can we change that between now and January? No, we can't. So how about just give him a little bit of wind in his sails? Give him the wind in his sails. It's madness. It's madness. I question whether you're really fans of Tottenham or whether you're fans of your own fucking opinions at times. It's absolute bollocks. Absolute bollocks. Anyway, guys, I love you and leave you. I'm going to go and get drunk. And when I get drunk, I'll get tipsy. I'm going to go and watch the Arsenal game. And I'll see you on the next one. Thank you, everybody. Cheers, Sabbath, for the redirect. Thank you for all the super chat. Have I done all the super stickers and super chats? I think I have. Yeah. Appreciate you all. Thanks for joining us today. And look, Tottenham are second currently, pending these future results. We will see where we go from here. Like, subscribe, and comment. And as always, come on, you Spurs.